Chapter 202. Please look at my profile, MG Guardian Update, February 3rd, in Jiangbin City, in the wee hours of the morning. When these three words appeared, there was almost no need to describe the environment. People could feel a gust of cold wind blowing on their faces. At 6:30 a.m. on Saturday, even those who were forced by life were unwilling to get out of their warm beds. Staying in bed was the basic respect for the weekend. However, in an ordinary house, there was a little beauty who got up early to dress up and walk out of the house at 6:30 a.m. Unlike the others who put their hands in their pockets, the little beauty was holding onto a selfie stick and seemed to be doing a live broadcast. 6:30 a.m. live broadcast. Okay. That was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that there were actually people watching it. In this snow-covered world, the girl who was wearing a white down jacket was fashionable and beautiful, and her beautiful face was slightly red from the cold. Su-ro trotted all the way, her feet crunching on the pure white snow as she ran into a breakfast shop like a wisp of smoke. Her big eyes were really watery, and she was about to cry from the cold. This scene was witnessed by countless otakus who were lying in bed. In their dazed and half-awake state, they had many unrealistic fantasies. It was a small breakfast shop. There were not many customers, and it was very clean. As a regular customer, Su-ro was elated as soon as she entered. Same old. Su-ro nodded like a chick pecking at rice and found a seat against the wall to sit down. She finally had time to look at the screen of her mobile phone. She said, "Fortunately, I ran fast. If I stayed outside for a while longer, my mobile phone would have died from the cold." A few bullet comments flashed across the screen of the phone. Nonsense. Your mobile phone was charged for the entire night last night. How can it run out of battery after 10 minutes of going out? I'm afraid you don't know how cruel the winter in the north is. How did you know that Pork Bun's phone was charged for the entire night? I saw that she slept for the entire night. I'll wash up and go to bed after she's done eating. Awesome idiot. 666666. Su-ro looked at the bullet screen and had a strange feeling in her heart. Strictly speaking, since she had chosen to live stream sleeping, of course, it was for others to see. However, when she received such a response, she always felt a sense of shame. Obviously, Su-ro was not a whore. What was the use of shame and awkwardness? Who cared about whose dignity and face? Making money was king. Otherwise, she wouldn't be streaming day and night. Thanks to her talent and results, she was lucky enough to be selected to enter the top class of Jiangbin High School. Thanks to the curiosity of the people towards the awakened students and the admiration they had for the godly students, Su-ro's live stream became more and more popular. Su-ro clicked on the screen and looked at the bullet screen. Finally, she found a topic she wanted to talk about. Su-ro repeated the question on the bullet screen. Your school tyrants have entered the semi-finals of the Beijiang Provincial High School League. Did you see the news yesterday? Su-ro said, Of course, I heard about it yesterday. He's so cool, okay? Over 2,000 points. The team in second place only has more than 900 points. Apart from the team in our class, the other teams don't have more than 1,000 points. Sensing Su-ro's excitement, there were more bullet screen comments. It turns out that without Gao Junwei, the school tyrants of Jiangbin High School have really taken off. I watched the paid broadcast yesterday. When Goddess Shui opened the space and brotherly moved the weapons out, the students and the referee were all dumbfounded. Ha! Yeah, I saw it too. Xiayan's shaking of the backpack was really interesting too. There were a bunch of medals that fell like rain. The contestants next to her were so envious. Don't mention it. The worst one was the toxic healer. After the points were counted, he suddenly smacked his head and took out 2 red medals from his pocket. He actually said that he forgot about them. Isn't that infuriating? What do you mean? Why can't I understand? Puffed. Ha ha ha. That red medal is an item that will only drop from the Ape Ghoul King. It's worth 300 points each. Oh my god, 300 points? I think many teams don't even have 300 points. Are you sure? Can this group of high school students already kill gold quality creatures? Why would I lie to you? It's all available on the internet now. Go and watch their first-person perspective. Forget it. I'll just listen to the news. I won't watch it. I don't have money. Just dawdle. Won't you come in? Seeing that the topic was about to stray, Suro hurriedly said, by the way, what do you guys think of my ranking these few days? As Suro spoke, she politely took the millet porridge from the boss and said sweetly, thank you. There were already many bullet screen comments on the screen. Come on, your ranking is so stupid. Xia Yan is only ranked 7th? Yeah. Xia Yan's physique is really amazing. I don't think many people in this cohort can compare to her. Why is she only ranked 7th? Besides, what about Shrimpy and Li Wei? Could they be in the top 3? If that's really the case, I'm afraid I'm going to go blind. They're in the top 3? Haha, they're just functional tools. Tools? Oh dear, I'm dirty. Screw you. Why can't I, the king of toxic healers, be in the top 3? I'll milk you to death. Warning. Toxic healer. I'll milk you to death, you old man. You're so bad. Suro shook her head repeatedly and said, don't jump to conclusions so quickly. You guys still know too little. Don't just look at these few famous people. There are too many powerful people in this cohort. Suro then said, I think Wu Haoyang from Xindon Creek High School number 11 ranks 3rd in the overall combat power rankings during the Beijiang Province High School League. I know this person. He's tall and handsome. He'll definitely get a lot of fangirls if he goes to act in a movie. Who is he? I've never heard of him. The god of war of Xindon Creek. Since year 2 of high school, he has been challenging every school and is invincible in the city. Damn it. So impressive. It sounds so hot-blooded. This is youth. Don't get me wrong. Xindon Creek is just a 4th-tier city. It's not as big as you think. It's already impressive enough. Okay? If I can be invincible in one-on-one battles in 8th-tier cities. No. If I could be invincible in one-on-one battles in my village, I'd already be full of myself. Do you believe me? 666666666. Suro looked at the pop-up comments and continued. I think the 2nd place should be Jiang Xue from Jiangbin High School. As soon as Suro said that, a series of question marks appeared on the screen. Host, wake up. She's ranked 2nd just because she's your classmate. How can a control awakened be ranked 2nd? She doesn't have any output abilities at all. Okay? Goddess Xue is only ranked 2nd? She's a control awakened and sky smasher. She's so powerful, yet you're only ranked 2nd? Simp, aren't you being too realistic? It's starting. Han Jiangxue? Why? Just because she has a gold quality star technique? Are you guys blind? No output? Her output is going to explode, okay? To be honest, if it's a real battle of life and death, none of the students in this cohort would be able to last a round against Goddess Xue. Bullsh asterisk T. Can't even last a round? Are you looking down on me, Goddess Pie? I'll heal you. Suro nibbled on the meat bun and grinned. She suddenly changed the topic and said, I'm taking leave tomorrow. I'll be watching the competition with you guys at 9 a.m. tomorrow. You're welcome to subscribe to my live stream channel. What about the 1st place? Who's in 1st place? Announce it? Wow. I'm so happy to watch the competition with Meat Bun. I'm so blissful. What time is it now? Why are they already online? Looking at the feedback on the pop-up comments, Suro was overjoyed. She had always wanted to make use of the fact that her classmates were her classmates to become famous. However, after much consideration, she decided not to broadcast the preliminary round because it would definitely involve a lot of violence and bloodshed. On the one hand, it would be difficult to obtain permission to broadcast it, and on the other hand, it would be easy to violate the rules. However, the semifinals were different. It was a formal arena competition with a regular referee, host, and audience. It was a nationally broadcast competition, and Suro could totally watch the competition with the audience in her live stream channel. Suro suddenly regretted it a little. She felt that she should have asked the toxic healer to sign more autographs. He was really popular now. Although the preliminary round was broadcast on a pay-per-view channel, it was at least a provincial league, and there were still specific groups of viewers who would choose to watch it. Everyone had witnessed what the school tyrants of Jiangbin High School had done. In particular, after the team slaughtered the 2 ape ghoul kings and the ape ghouls using a special method, there were endless topics on Weibo. In fact, it reached its peak 2 nights ago, and the topic was pushed to the top 10 of the trending topics. Jiang Zhao's special method of slaughtering the ape ghoul kings had to be praised. Jiang Zhao was already known as the toxic healer. Now, he was truly known as the toxic healer. Su Rou believed that the school tyrants would definitely attract everyone's attention in the semifinals of the provincial league this time. Her classmates would definitely become even more famous. She had to cling on to him and not let go. Su Rou repeated, "Tomorrow at 9 a.m., everyone, remember to be on time. Ah, bastard. Hurry up and tell me who's in first place. I'm dying of anxiety." Chapter 203. Far away in Zhongqing County, the coattails that Su Rou had been thinking about had already eaten breakfast. The team of 4 was gathered in Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan's room, studying the team information. Although the matchup list was not out yet, according to the normal competition system, the team that came in first in the preliminary round should fight against the team that came in 8th place to compete for the qualification to enter the top 4. Although it was a battle between the top team and the 8th team, there was still a lot of uncertainty in the single elimination round. There might be a dark horse. After all, the winner would be decided in 1 round. Li Wei looked at the list of the top 8 and said with a frown, "Gao Junwei managed to cozy up to someone powerful again. They're indeed capable. Their medals were taken away by us, but they still managed to enter the top 8. If they didn't meet us, they would probably have come in first," Xia Yan said with pursed lips, seemingly indignant. Han Jiangxue said softly, "Xiaopi made the right choice. It's an ideal situation to sit back and watch. The situation was too chaotic at that time, and we should have kept the team intact. Our first goal is to retreat safely. The preliminary round is nothing. The semifinals are more important." "Hey, I'm not blaming him," Xiaoyan muttered softly and turned to look at Jiang Shao. "Say something, little icicle." Jiang Shao was speechless. Xiaoyan humphed and said, "Those 2 girls seem to like you a lot. Let me see. TSK. They're in 3rd place. They're in Group B, so I reckon we won't meet them." Jiang Shao said softly, Okay, don't be jealous." Xia Yin glared at Jiang Shao and asked, "What did you say? Me? Jealous?" Seeing that the 2 of them were about to quarrel again, Li Wei frantically said, "Wu Haoyang and Gao Junwei should have been fighting fiercely. Why did they both enter the semifinals?" Xia Yin said, "You should be more surprised that Zhang Hui led his team to the 7th place." Li Wei was speechless. Zhang Hui was indeed surprising. At the thought of Zhang Hui's scrawny appearance, Jiang Shao thought of the word carry. The commander of Jiangbin High School No. 3, Zhang Mingming, gave up all the spoils in Gao Junwei and left with the shield warrior, Zhang Weiliang. Han Jiangxue frowned and said in a cold voice, "This person can't be underestimated. Very few people have the determination to cut their losses." Li Wei froze for a moment and asked, "Gao Junwei has been abandoned?" Han Jiangxue nodded and said, "Yeah, I have to admit that these people are far stronger than the students of the same cohort. Zhang Mingming and Zhang Weiliang are just 2 people, but they managed to snatch 4 teams at the portal leading back to Earth. Although the abandoned Gao Junwei was defeated, his team managed to qualify." Jiang Shao asked in surprise, "Wu Haoyang defeated Gao Junwei. Where did you get this information?" Han Jiangxue gestured at the laptop on the table far away and said, "Teacher sent the video over last night. You and Li Wei should go take a look." Jiang Shao and Li Wei hurriedly leaned forward, opened the laptop, and flipped through the recorded video. Not only did the teacher attentively mark out the name of the viewpoint, but he also cropped it out. The battle between Gao Junwei and Wu Haoyang began with the loudness of their voices. "Gao Junwei, get lost. Gold quality star technique. Roar of fear." Through the screen, Jiang Shao could feel the panic and fear of the girls with bun hair. Their faces were pale, their limbs were trembling, and they were retreating. Wu Haoyang yelled, "How dare you? Gold quality star technique. Roar of fear." Through the screen, Jiang Shao could feel the fighting spirit of the girls in the bun. They suddenly stood firmly and panted heavily. The veins on their foreheads were bulging, and their blood was boiling. They couldn't wait to fight to the death with each other. Ha! The fake Yiksha met the real ferocious ghost, Jiang Shao said. It should be the roar of the ghost tiger. At the side, Li Wei said thoughtfully, the effect is very similar. I remember that when our three teams met, we once experienced this star technique. Han Jianxue said affirmatively, yes, it's roar of fear. She was rather pleased that Jiang Shao could recognize Wu Haoyang's star technique. Li Wei nodded and said, the ghost fox met the ghost tiger. It's indeed like the fake Yiksha met the real ferocious ghost. Jiang Shao sighed and said, Dameng province is vast, after all. When Li Wei saw that Gao Junwei had been sent flying by the sword, he couldn't help but say with a sullen expression, Wu Haoyang is very strong. There aren't many Beijiang high school students who can fight Gao Junwei head-on. Han Jiangxue said, okay, you two just take a simple look and take it as understanding. Their team is ranked 3rd and they're in Group B. We won't be able to meet their team for the time being. It's mainly up to Gao Junwei's team. Jiang Shao watched the duel quietly. Although he didn't think much of Gao Junwei, he had to admit that Gao Junwei did represent the top level of the Beijiang high school students. The Tang sword flew up and down with exquisite skills. Coupled with a special star technique, it was locked in a stalemate with Wu Haoyang. That also indirectly reflected Wu Haoyang's abilities. Is this slightly red blade the effect of Blood Fang? Jiang Shao asked as he pressed the pause button. Xia Yin was slightly stunned, and she clicked her tongue in amazement. TSK. Kid, not bad. You have a good eye. It was mainly because she didn't recognize the star technique when she saw it for the first time. It wasn't that she couldn't recognize it, but rather she really didn't think in that direction. Star technique * Blood Fang from Daming Province's Ghost Wolf Star Bead. Although its name was domineering, it was actually a brass quality star technique of low quality. Blood Fang would have a slight tearing effect that would cause additional tearing damage to the human body, defensive equipment, and weapons. The damaging effect of such a brass quality star technique was indeed negligible. Under normal circumstances, equipment and weapons were of good quality, and the slight tearing effect would hardly be effective. In terms of functionality, Blood Fang was definitely inferior to Green Glow, even though they were both of brass quality. However, what was particularly interesting was that although Blood Fang was effective on a single person, it was a strange group star technique. It was because Blood Fang had an extremely special attribute. Within a certain range, the more creatures that used the star technique Blood Fang, the stronger the effect of Blood Fang would be. The star techniques would affect and strengthen each other. As one of the rare gregarious creatures in below the stars level 3, ghost wolves usually appeared in groups. That was what was special about this star technique. Although it was only a brass quality star technique, the effect of a brass quality star technique like Blood Fang was almost far beyond that of a silver quality star technique due to the fact that ghost wolves lived in groups and hunted together. It might even reach gold quality. That was also the reason that Xia Yin didn't think that Wu Haoyang would absorb such a star technique. She didn't think about it in that direction. Wu Haoyang was alone, and he was the only melee fighter in his team. He didn't have a group of ghost wolves as his teammates. Why would he absorb such a star technique? There was no one to cooperate with him. Even if there were mages and doctors who were willing to spend their star slots on him, there would only be 4 of them. Even if all 4 of them activated Blood Fang, the effects wouldn't be great. At least dozens of them would have to activate it at the same time in order to see some effects. Another reason why Xia Yin didn't recognize the star technique was that although Blood Fang was a brass quality star technique, it was not considered a basic star technique. It was because the ghost wolves were produced in below the stars level 3 in Daming Province, which was a dangerous area that was not open to the public. There were mysterious ghostly foxes that knew roar of fear and came and went without a trace. There were also arrogant king ghost tigers that knew battle howl. There were groups of ghost wolves, as well as all kinds of strange dimensional creatures. Apart from the official teams that entered to obtain resources, any below the stars danger level 3 would not be open to the public. Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up, and he said, I finally know why I feel that he's so domineering. Xia Yin tilted her head and asked why. The Ghost Wolf's 3-star techniques: Roar, Sharpness, and Blood Fawn. This kid has Blood Fawn, so he might have Roar and Sharpness too, Jiang Xiao speculated. Jiang Xiao continued, Does he use the star technique Roar every time he speaks at critical moments? Is that why we feel a little timid and flustered? Is that why we think that he's especially domineering and unrivaled? It's best not to offend him? Li Wei nodded, seemingly recalling the scene of Wu Haoyang single-handedly making the teams from Jiangbin High School No. 3 and Jiangbin High School stay behind without daring to move. The brass-quality roar was indeed inferior to the gold-quality roar of fear. The roar of fear could make one piss their pants in fear. The roar of fear definitely didn't have such an effect, but it was the silent type. Wow. I feel terrible. Like I said, I always feel that Wu Haoyang's figure is so tall and mighty, and I have an inexplicable sense of respect and admiration for him. Jiang Xiao was displeased. Damn it, this kid is bluffing me. Didn't you leave him in the snow too? Xia Yin chuckled and continued. You make it sound as if you didn't bluff him. Jiang Xiao scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. All of a sudden, he pressed the pause button because Wu Haoyang had revealed his star map on the screen. Jiang Xiao carefully looked at Wu Haoyang's star map and said, 25 star slots, 2 brass quality, 5 silver quality, and 1 gold quality. This star map is the Green Dragon Crescent Blade? Xia Yin smirked and said, Continue looking. The blade is not bad. Chapter 204. Jiang Xiao pressed the play button, and at the next moment, a figure rose from the ground. It was Gao Junwei. Wow, this saber is really good. Jiang Xiao sighed. Gao Junwei did not jump on his own, but was lifted up by the crescent moon blade. Jiang Xiao finally knew that Xia Yin was referring to Wu Haoyang's Green Dragon Crescent Moon Sword, or the Green Dragon Crescent Moon Sword in his hand. Instead, she was referring to Wu Haoyang's Kung Fu. At that moment, on the screen, Wu Haoyang's body was slightly slanted. He held the saber in one hand and rushed forward. The saber drew a beautiful arc in front of him. Specks of red light appeared on the blade, adding a slight effect of blood fawn. Gao Junwei hurriedly raised his Tang sword to block. What shocked everyone was that after the broadsword was swung, the Tang knife in Gao Junwei's hand actually shattered. Gao Junwei's family was so rich that Jiang Xiao didn't believe that the knife in his hand was defective. On the other hand, Wu Haoyang's blood fawn was only of brass quality, and none of his companions had activated it. Jiang Xiao did not believe that the Tang sword had shattered because of the tearing effect of the blood fawn. Therefore, there were 2 possible reasons for this result. In terms of strength, Wu Haoyang had the absolute advantage. Either that, or Wu Haoyang had already surpassed Gao Junwei in terms of star power. On the computer screen, the Tang Dao shattered as the Yanyue Dao was swung, and the sword energy from the Yanyue Dao arrived belatedly. The fiery red flame arc happened to strike Gao Junwei's open chest. Gao Junwei's figure flew backward and fell into the forest far away. Jiang Xiao turned to look at Li Wei, only to see a sullen expression on his face. Li Wei hesitated for a moment before asking, Peak of the Nebula Realm? Xia Yin humphed and said, Look at his star map. The layers of nebulae are so thick that they're almost condensed. He must be at the peak of the nebula realm. Li Wei nodded. Apart from Jiang Xiao, the 3 of them were all in the late nebula stage. Han Jiangxue should be ahead of them, but she had yet to reach the peak of the nebula stage. What did the peak of nebula mean? That did not only mean the amount of star power, but also the extent to which he could exert his star techniques. It also meant that his physique and every other aspect of his physical attributes were ahead of others. Li Wei looked at Jiang Xiao and said, Fortunately, we retreated at that time. If we had gotten into a fight, we would have suffered a huge loss if we couldn't heal our broken limbs before the semifinals. Han Jiangxue said in a timely manner, Okay, it's good that you have a rough understanding of them. Don't put too much effort into Wu Haoyang's team for the time being. Seeing that the video was about to end, Jiang Xiao asked curiously, What happened next? Xia Yin said in disdain. What else could have happened? Gao Junwei probably fled after being defeated. Oh. Jiang Xiao looked through the videos of team number 24, which was Jiangbin High School number 3 in Gao Junwei's team. Here. Jiang Xiao suddenly pressed the pause button. On the screen, after Yu Zhan was sent flying by Zhang Hui in the flame arc, a faint icy mist suddenly rose from her body. Jiang Xiao turned to look at Han Jiangxue and asked, Ice cave? Ice soul? Han Jiangxue nodded in relief. Regardless of how many points Jiang Xiao scored in the dimensional culture class, he at least had a good understanding of the star beads of the creatures of other dimensions in the surrounding provinces. How could Jiang Xiao not know? Star beads from provinces that were too far away could not be bought. Hence, Jiang Xiao had no choice but to look for useful star beads in the dimensional spaces of the neighboring provinces. In the neighboring Daming Province, Zhongji Province, and Liaodong Province, there were two types of star beads that Jiang Xiao could come into contact with. One was the Ghost Tiger star bead from Daming Province. It had 4 star techniques. 1. Perception, silver quality. 2. Sharpness, silver quality. 3. Swiftness, silver quality. 4. Warcry, gold quality. However, Jiang Xiao could not buy the Ghost Tiger star bead. If he wanted to obtain the star technique Swiftness, he would have to settle for the second best star bead from the Dog-Headed Walkers. However, the Dog-Headed Walkers had 3 star techniques in 1 star bead. Jiang Xiao didn't want to feel aggrieved, so he didn't buy it. The other star bead that Jiang Xiao was interested in was the Ice Cave, a unique dimensional space that was shared by Zhongji and Liaodong. In the Ice Cave, there was a creature of another dimension called the Ice Soul. The Ice Soul had 3 star techniques. 1. Ice Bomb, brass quality. 2. Ice Mist Armor, silver quality. 3. Ice Roar, gold quality. 1 star bead, 3 star techniques, all of which were of different qualities. How interesting. The 3 star techniques were both offensive and defensive, which was rather ideal. Besides, every time Jiang Xiao saw the Ice Roar, he would always think of an ancient game. He would also think of 2 sentences. God's grace is like the sea, and God's power is like a prison. However, the Ice Cave was not open to the public, so Jiang Xiao could not buy the Ice Soul star bead at all. Even if he managed to get his hands on it, it would be a huge problem for him to level up in the future. Hence, Jiang Xiao gave up on the idea. Now, it seemed that Yu Zhan was really impressive. Putting everything else aside, her family must be rich and powerful. She had the gold-quality blue-crowned scepter and the ice mist armor that had absorbed the Ice Soul. He reckoned that she might have tried to absorb the Ice Roar, but failed. Instead, she absorbed the ice mist armor. After all, she had lit up her star map before, and there was only 1 gold star slot in her star map. Wait, something's wrong. If she has the ice mist armor, why didn't she use it before getting beaten up? Instead, she started to stack it after getting beaten up? That obviously doesn't make sense. This ice mist armor shouldn't be Yu Zhan's star technique, right? Jiang Xiao asked with a frown. Yeah. Han Jiangxue took a few pieces of paper and sat on the sofa beside Jiang Xiao. She then handed the information to him. Jiang Xiao looked at the list of Zhang Mingming's star techniques that the school had collected and exclaimed in admiration, "What a pity. If Zhang Mingming had absorbed the Ice Roar, the danger level would have increased exponentially." Indeed, the ice mist armor did not belong to Yu Zhan, but to the medical awakened Zhang Mingming. Zhang Mingming's 8 star slots were Green Glow, Endurance, Blessing, Decoy, Bell, Imprint, Vine, and Ice Mist Armor. Han Jiangxue nodded and said, Zhang Mingming is a smart person after all. Besides, he has all the star techniques he should have. Jiang Xiao thought about it and said, come to think of it, he's lucky enough to have learned the Ice Mist Armor instead of the brass quality Ice Bomb. Li Wei chimed in and said, indeed. Besides, the Ice Mist Armor is nothing much. It can only freeze close-range attackers and won't affect long-range attackers. Xia Yan and I both have Flame Arc and Bursting Flames, while you have Flame Torch Whip and Flame Torch Pillar. The Ice Mist Armor should be broken with a single whip. Han Jiangxue nodded and said, The silver quality ice mist armor is indeed not that powerful. The problem is that Zhang Mingming has healing, control, and defense. His skill combination is pretty good. I think we should get rid of him first. Jiang Xiao was rather disdainful. Zhang Mingming sounds rather well-rounded, but I have 8 star techniques. Healing? I can heal with blessing. Control? I can control with blessing too. Defense? I give blessing. I have blessing. Why would I need defense? Just tell me who you want to fight, and I'll give him a blessing. We'll just beat him up and be done with it. However, Jiang Xiao did not show it on his face. He scratched his head cooperatively and asked in bewilderment, "Isn't it normal to switch to the healer for a team battle?" Han Jiangxue flipped through the information in Jiang Zhao's hand and picked up the page at the bottom. Xia Yan wants to get rid of her first. Yu Zhan. Jiang Xiao raised his eyebrows and looked at Yu Zhan's information. She's seriously injured. Can she still participate in the competition? Han Jiangxue said, she should be able to. The medical awakened star warriors are all of high ranks. Jiang Xiao nodded and continued to look at Yu Zhan's information. 24 star slots. Late nebulous stage. Wow, this rules awakened is rather ferocious. Her physique is definitely explosive. It's no wonder that she could catch up with Zhang Hui in the arsenal. Zhang Hui was a melee warrior and an agility warrior. He then looked at his star techniques. Green glow, endurance, burning flames, bursting flames, scorch, unknown, unknown. Dark blue scepter. 2 brass quality, 5 silver quality, 1 gold quality. There are also 2 unknown silver quality star techniques. No one knew what kind of star technique was embedded in the 2 silver quality star slots. It was clearly indicated on the information sheet that it was likely to be a passive star technique that could increase a certain physical attribute or increase the damage of lightning magic. The possibility that Yu Zhan had been hiding an active star technique could not be ruled out. However, the possibility of that was very low. It was more likely to be a passive star technique that increased the damage of lightning magic. It was because Yu Zhan's dark blue scepter star technique was extremely powerful. It was really powerful. She had yet to reach the galaxy stage, but she seemed to be able to exert 100% of the effects of the dark blue scepter. That was also the reason why Xia Yin suggested getting rid of Yu Zhan first. The dark blue scepter descended from the sky and was extremely fast. As long as Yu Zhan stayed on the battlefield for a second longer, she would have the ability to kill her enemies. Even if she was the only one left on the battlefield, she would still have the possibility of turning the tables. To the high school students, gold quality star techniques were indeed extremely powerful and could completely dominate life and death. Not to mention a rules awakened who could fully exert the power of her gold quality star technique. Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Xiao and asked, "What do you think? Which one should we focus on first? Zhang Mingming or Yu Zhan?" Xia Yin looked at Jiang Xiao expectantly, wondering what choice he would make. Jiang Xiao held onto the information and nodded thoughtfully. "You guys are right. I think we should focus on Gao Junwei first." Li Wei was speechless. Han Jiangxue was speechless. Xia Yin was speechless. Chapter 205. Please take a look at my profile picture. Alliance Master added 3/10. Beijiang TV Station. Beijiang TV Station. Dear friends, you are now watching the 2016 Beijiang Provincial High School League. This is the opening show of Beijiang Province. It was a little cold in Beijiang Province during winter, but the Red Sun Stadium was bustling with activity. The spectators were all in high spirits. In the players' tunnel, Han Jiangxue was wearing a down jacket and biting on a blue hairband while tying her hair into a ponytail. She walked towards Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao reached out and took the hairband away from her mouth. He then walked behind her and watched as she tied her waterfall-like black hair together. "Damn it, I'm a step too late again," Xiaoyan muttered in displeasure as she glanced at the siblings from the corner of her eyes. Han Jiangxue let Jiang Xiao tie her hair for her and stood there quietly. She looked into the distance and saw the green field at the players' tunnel. Han Jiangxue said, "It's snowing." Jiang Xiao stopped and asked, "Huh?" Han Jiangxue said softly, "It's snowing outside." "Oh, Jiang Xiao tied the blue hairband into a bow. Are you ready? Han Jiangxue asked softly. Jiang Xiao placed one hand behind his back and touched the handle of the wooden sword above his shoulder. He then nodded gently. Let's go. Li Wei carried the long-handled wooden hammer and looked at his teammates beside him. He then strode out under the instructions of the staff. The players' tunnel wasn't dark. However, when the four of them walked out, they seemed to have entered another world. The sky in this world was hazy, but it was much brighter than in the players' tunnel. There were more than 10,000 spectators in the stands who applauded politely. Snowflakes were falling from the sky. The droplets landed on Jiang Zhao's face. They were ice-cold and melted upon contact. Jiang Xiao followed the team into the green stadium, raised his head slightly, and looked around at the cameras around him. He saw the four hosts dressed in suits and leather shoes on the rostrum, as well as the various spectators with different expressions on their faces. Excitement? Anticipation? Scrutiny? Disdain? Jiang Xiao listened to the noises coming from all directions and took a deep breath. Han Jiangxue. The girl in front of him turned her head slightly and revealed her charming side profile. She looked at Jiang Xiao from the corner of her eye, and the blue hairband tied into a bow on her black ponytail fluttered gently in the wind. Jiang Xiao asked softly, "Will he die?" Han Jiangxue asked coldly, "Are you going to die?" Jiang Xiao shrugged and looked at the team from Jiangbin High School number 3 on the right. He then looked at Gao Junwei and said softly, "How can I possibly be soft-hearted towards him? I'm just afraid that you'll have to bear the responsibility." Han Jiangxue smiled and said, "Let's get this over with quickly." The host, Sui Bian, was explaining the rules of the competition nonstop. We will decide the top 8 teams in the 2016 Beijing Province High School League today and tomorrow. The top 2 teams will be awarded the right to participate in the National High School League. Star Wu said, "Star, star, star," and the top 3 will be star, star beads. It's said that these gold-quality star beads come from a very mysterious and special dimensional space. I'm personally looking forward to seeing the species of those gold-quality star beads. What about you, Sui Bian? Of course, Teacher Wu, gold-quality star beads are definitely attractive to everyone. The host smiled and said, "We would like to thank the Provincial Star Warriors Association for their strong support." Wu nodded and said, "It's necessary to increase the reward appropriately. On one hand, it can attract more students to participate in the competition. On the other hand, it can indeed increase the strength of the students to a certain extent. After all, the teams that represented Beijing Province in the National League in recent years have always been at the bottom." Sui Bian hurriedly interjected, "The results of the competition are not ideal, and there's plenty of room for improvement." His words were indeed much more pleasing to the ears. After successfully stopping Wu Bian, who was speechless, Sui Bian continued to change the topic. Each competition is limited to 30 minutes, and the participating members are prohibited from using star beads to replenish their star power. Our competition venue is a standard football field. Once the participating students step out of bounds, they will immediately be disqualified. After saying that, the host turned to look at Wu Bian. Wu Bian said, "Yes, the participating students must keep the rules in mind, and the teachers leading the team must also communicate well with the students. You have to use your brains during the competition. During the National League last year, our team failed because they stepped out of bounds." Sui Bian hurriedly interjected and said, "Yes, Teacher Wu, you're right. I think for any team that wants to win the championship, achieving victory in the shortest time and with the least amount of damage will be the most important thing. For teams that want to compete for the championship, there will be several tough battles to fight today. In order to clinch the first place in the group, you'll need to go through 2 rounds of competition. There won't be a long break in between. It's a battle of attrition. It's a test for your star power, physical strength, and mental strength." Wu Bian said, "Yes, during the National League last year, our team," Sui Bian hurriedly interjected, "Look, the students are entering the arena. The first round is between Jiangbin High School number 3 and Jiangbin High School. I can guarantee that this competition will be absolutely exciting." It's no exaggeration to say that this should be a final level competition. Unfortunately, Only one team can advance to the top 4 out of the 2 heroes of Jiangbin City. Wu Bian said, yes, the team from Jiangbin High School is very strong compared to the previous cohort. Sui Bian hurriedly said, the famous Han Jiangxue is the commander of the team from Jiangbin High School. I believe that anyone who pays attention to the Beijiang High School students will know that she's a peerless genius with 30-star slots. Wu Bian looked at the host with a look of resentment and was on the verge of vomiting blood. Sui Bian cursed in his heart and thought, damn it, why do you keep mentioning the previous cohort? There are so many leaders sitting in the arena and watching in front of the television. Can't you say something nice? Do you know how to sing praises? Brother, this is a live broadcast. Where's the script that the receptionist gave you? Why don't you say it according to the lyrics? Don't freestyle all the time. As a professional host, Sui Bian remained calm and collected even though he was cursing in his heart. The team from Jiangbin High School number 3 is also extremely strong. All of them are famous figures in this cohort. Zhang Mingming, Yu Zhen, and Gao Junwei. The strength of this team is really one of the best among the students in this cohort. I believe that the audience who have watched the preliminary round are no strangers to them. They were practically killing gods and Buddhas who stood in their way. They had forced countless teams to withdraw from the competition and eliminated countless contestants from schools. They were fully deserving of being a strong team. Although there were 2 casualties in the team during the process, they still managed to make it to the semi-finals with their tenacious combat style. The good news was that with the help of the medical awakened Star Warriors, Gao Junwei and Yu Zhen, who had been seriously injured, had already recovered. I believe that they will definitely give us an amazing performance in the upcoming competition. Look at these young talents. The education level of Beijiang Province is really getting better and better every year. Sensing that Wu Bian had been left out, the host took the appropriate time to chat with him and said, by the way, Teacher Wu, there's an extremely special student in this cohort. He only has 9-star slots, and his qualifications are mediocre, but he's a medical awakened who has extraordinary combat power. Do you know who I'm talking about? Wu Bian looked at the host and couldn't help but sneer. You're finally talking to me? You're finally asking me a question? I'll let you know today that no one can stop me from talking about the previous cohort. Guest Wu opened his mouth and said, Hey, not to mention this cohort, even the previous cohort, the previous cohort, the previous cohort, there weren't even any 9-star students. He was betting on 5. Wu Bian's voice was transmitted through the microphone and into the televisions of thousands of households in the stadium. At this moment, Jiang Xiao entered the venue with the team, and after hearing the host's introduction, he couldn't help but turn around to look at Wu Bian. Yes, I'm a unique man. Jiang Xiao clenched his right fist and gently touched his left chest before pointing at Wu Bian's seat to show his respect. The only thing that wasn't nice was that Wu Bian didn't mention Jiang Xiao's name at all. Indeed, I still have to do my own things. While walking backward, Jiang Xiao pointed at Wu Bian and said, Yo, my name is Jiang Xiaobi. I'm really handsome. I have very few star slots, but I will give you fatherly love. All of a sudden, Li Wei, who was leading the way, almost fell to the ground. Han Jiangxue turned around and stared at Jiang Zhao's back in shock. All of a sudden, she had the urge to slap the back of his head. Xia Yin, who was at the back, pushed Jiang Zhao's shoulder and spun him around. What are you singing for? They can't hear you. Jiang Xiao humphed and said, It doesn't matter. They'll read my works from the shape of my lips. Everyone will know my name. Xia Yin asked, You call this a work? Are you shameless? I can write 4 kilograms of lousy songs like yours while I'm doing my hair. Jiang Xiao was speechless. The screen was, of course, playing the scene of the 2 teams entering the venue. Everyone immediately saw Jiang Zhao's actions. In order to let everyone hear the communication, commands, and cooperation between the teams, all the contestants were given microphones. However, the competition had yet to begin and the television broadcast was not switched on. Hence, no one knew what Jiang Xiao was saying and could only see him mumbling. All of a sudden, Su Ro's live stream was filled with pop-up comments. What is the toxic healer doing? What is he saying? He should be pointing at the host, right? Wow, I'm so curious. What did he say? Who cares what he said? Let's do it. I'm looking forward to this battle the most. It's definitely going to be exciting. Yes, it's going to be a fierce battle. I really can't imagine if these two teams will destroy the entire stadium. The host is right. This is definitely a final level battle. Gao Junwei's team is indeed impressive. They have defeated so many teams. Haha, it's so enjoyable to watch. Go Gao Junwei. It's time for revenge. Kill these silly dogs. My goddess Shui is the strongest. Gao Junwei is nothing. Chapter 206. Under the watchful gazes of more than 10,000 people, the members of Jiangbin High School and Jiangbin High School No. 3 arrived in the middle of the field and got into their respective formations. Jiangbin High School No. 3 was using a standard 2-1-1 formation. Melee fighter Gao Junwei and shield warrior Zhang Weiliang stood side by side in front of the team. The magic type Yu Zhen stood in the middle of the team, while the medical type commander Zhang Mingming stood at the back of the team. The formation of Jiangbin High School was 3-1. Li Wei, Xia Yin, and Han Jiangxue stood side by side in front, while Jiang Xiao stood behind them. Li Wei stood in the middle. Xia Yin was on the right, while Zhang Weiliang, the shield warrior, was in front of her. Han Jiangxue was on the left, but Gao Junwei was on the opposite side. When they saw this formation, there was a burst of discussion in the stadium. Similarly, the viewers in Su Ro's live broadcast room, who had been waiting for a long time, also had their own opinions. Isn't this a little too much? Although there is a distance of over 30 meters between the two teams, what is the meaning of this formation? Are you looking down on Gao Junwei? Do you think Li Wei is just a decoration? He can protect my snow goddess. You don't have to worry about him. The trashy team from Jiangbin High School is just exaggerated. They're going to reveal their true colors soon. He's only good at killing monsters. If he really fought with the other side, he'd be beaten up so badly that he'd call his father. This is the first time I don't understand whether this 3-1 formation is an offensive formation or a defensive formation. What the F***ck are you looking at? What's there to look at? Gao Junwei just needs to shout a few times, and Yu Zhen just needs to send one lightning bolt after another. The match will be over in 2 or 3 seconds. Go F***ck yourself. That's right. Your toxic healer is invincible. Isn't it just a matter of waving his hand? You guys can continue to brag. I like to see how the poisonous healer you speak of can fight. Su Ro frowned as she looked at the bullet screen. When the broadcast started this morning, she found that many people were belittling her class's team. Now that the competition was about to begin, there were more and more such voices. It seemed that many people were there to laugh at Jiangbin High School. Did Renhong have a lot of troubles? Ever since the team from No. 1 High School had used a special method to deal with the 2 Ape Ghoul Kings in the preliminary round, more and more people had begun to vilify the team. The various voices on the internet could not affect Jiang Zhao's team for the time being, but the buzz of discussion in the stadium was real. Zhang Mingming looked at the formation of Jiangbin High School thoughtfully and felt that they were up to no good. You're a mage. Why aren't you hiding in the back and looking for a comfortable environment to deal damage? Why are you standing at the front? Do you want to attract hatred? Focus fire? What is your purpose? Let the medical awakeners at the back temporarily be safe? Avoid the danger of being targeted? While Zhang Mingming was deep in thought, the referee stood in the midfield and blew the whistle. The long and sharp whistle attracted everyone's attention, and the stadium instantly quietened down. The referee held a small flag in his hand and raised it high. Zhang Mingming whispered, "Be careful, Yu Zhen. Their first target will definitely be you." After reminding them, Zhang Mingming shouted, "Get ready. Tactic number 1. No matter what, their first target was Jiang Xiao. Even if Han Jiangxue was sent to their mouths and Gao Junwei's face, their first target had to be Jiang Xiao too. The rare silver quality blessing was not good at healing. In Jiang Zhao's hands, it was more like a single target control skill. Han Jiangxue was indeed a great threat, but none of the output players from Jiangbin High School had star techniques that could instantly kill someone. Hence, Jiang Xiao, who could heal and control them, had to be eliminated first. The members of both teams were fully focused and ready to attack. Zhang Weiliang held the round shield in his hand and grabbed the air with his right hand, after which layers of star power gathered. The cold winter weather and the falling snowflakes seemed to have helped him too, and an ice spear appeared in his hand. Gao Junwei's body tensed up, and blue electric currents flowed through the Tang sword in his hand. A beautiful star map appeared on Yu Zhen's body, and her 25-star slots caused the crowd to gasp in surprise. Under the layers of star power, the star map on the pair of staffs looked exceptionally beautiful. At the same time, an illusory scepter appeared in her hand, and there was a dark blue gem on the top of the scepter that was emitting a faint glow. On the other hand, Zhang Mingming stretched his hands forward and activated the ice mist armor on his teammates, after which layers of ice mist surrounded them. On the other side of the arena, a black shield condensed in Li Wei's hand. Xia Yin held her sword with one hand and dragged it on the ground. She leaned forward slightly and stared at Zhang Weiliang with a pair of menacing eyes. At the side, a white flame star map slowly appeared on Han Jiangshue's slender figure. Her 30-star slots caused an uproar in the audience. It was no exaggeration to say that most of the people present would probably only be able to witness such a scene once in their lives. 30-star slots meant that he was extremely talented. As the commander, Han Jiangshua led the team to clinch the first place in the preliminary round, which represented her wisdom and strength. Her tall and proud figure stood quietly on the green field, and her beauty and aura were obvious to all. When those aspects were combined, the charm that Han Jiangshua exuded was absolutely astonishing. Not to mention the uproar in the audience. Su Ro's livestream was already completely flooded with pop-up comments, completely drowning out the jealous comments of the anti-fans. Oh my god, 30-star slots. I really can't be convinced. Look at the total amount of star power and the layers of nebula. She's probably at the peak of the nebula stage, right? She should be in the later stages of the nebula stage, not the peak. Beauty and strength coexist. That's what a true goddess should look like. Look at her, and then look at myself. Did I come to this world just to make up the numbers for humans? Han Jiangshue, I love you. I want to give birth to your child. She's the true pride of the heavens. I've long heard that there's a genius in this year's Beijiang Province League. I've really broadened my horizons today. The pop-up comments made Su Ro overjoyed, as if she had heard her own child being praised. She was elated. Han Jiangshue's simple action attracted everyone's attention. Regardless of the response, the referee's flag had already landed on the football field. At the instant that the flag landed, Jiang Shao leaped to the left. Almost at the same time, a thunderbolt poured down from the sky and blasted a pit in the ground where Jiang Shao had just been standing. Almost at the same time, a thunderbolt poured down from the sky, blasting a pit in the ground where Jiang Shao was just standing. Before Jiang Shao landed on the ground, several vines sprung up from the ground beside him, obviously try to bind his ankles. Of course, it was also at this moment that a ray of blessing landed beside Yu Zhen in the distance. Neither of them were fools. When faced with an instantaneous star technique, the high school students would not be able to dodge it with their physical fitness. In order to avoid such an instantaneous star technique, they would have to predict and dodge in advance. Jiang Shao dodged Yu Zhen's dark blue scepter, while Yu Zhen also dodged Jiang Zhao's blessing. However, Zhang Mingming was clearly prepared. His vines and Yu Zhen's thunderbolt took advantage of the time difference. At the instant that Jiang Shao landed, several vines wrapped around Jiang Zhao's ankles. Yu Zhen hurriedly gathered the thunderbolt again. Zhang Weiliang held the shield in one hand and the ice spear in the other. He then used the spear like a javelin and roared furiously before hurling it at Jiang Shao. The black shield in Li Wei's hand was emitted and blocked the ice spear at the front line of the battle. His black shield was also stained with layers of ice mist because of the ice spear. However, Xia Yin ignored Zhang Weiliang and brushed past him before dashing towards Yu Zhen. Although she had been glaring at Zhang Weiliang, her target was actually Yu Zhen. She had been waiting for a long time, and in the process of sprinting, she swung the giant sword in her hand, after which a fiery red flame arc was thrown out and swept towards Yuzhan. At the beginning of the battle, both parties displayed their respective mystical abilities like the 8 immortals crossing the sea. In a short span of 1 or 2 seconds, the huge stadium fell into silence. The audience held their breaths and were extremely excited. They were dazzled and seemed to be unable to accept so much information in an instant. Just as the two teams were locked in a stalemate at the start of the battle, the winner between Han Jiangxue and Gao Junwei actually emerged. No, wait. Zhang Mingming and Zhang Weiliang yelled almost at the same time, but everything happened too quickly and the outcome was already a foregone conclusion. In an instant, the silent stadium was filled with gasps, and the faces of the audience were filled with expressions of disbelief. Han Jiangxue stood quietly in the middle of the venue. There were layers of overlapping space above her head. She was holding the flame torch whip in her right hand, which was wrapped around Gao Junwei, who was screaming in pain. She then dragged him towards her. In everyone's sight, Gao Junwei was a living person. Just like that, he disappeared into thin air without a trace. Please remember the domain name of this book. Top mobile version website. Chapter 207. Let's go back in time to the opening scene. The two teams were instantly locked in a fierce battle. Gao Junwei's target was Han Jiangxue. Regardless of the outcome, Gao Junwei's final target was Jiang Shao. Compared to the shield warrior Li Wei, there was no problem for Gao Junwei to choose Han Jiangxue as his breakthrough point. The mission that Zhang Mingming gave Gao Junwei was to rush into the enemy's camp and cause chaos. It would be even better if they could severely injure Jiang Shao and make the team from number 1 high school panic. The problem was that Han Jiangxue's target was not Yuzhan, but Gao Junwei. As soon as the battle began, Han Jiangxue immediately activated Sky Smasher above her head. Yuzhan's instantaneous thunderbolt could only be struck from the sky, and Han Jiangxue, who was standing below Sky Smasher, almost perfectly restrained Yuzhan's instantaneous thunderbolt. At the same time, Han Jiangxue spread her hands out and flicked her slender fingers, after which Baron Wind continuously swept towards Gao Junwei. Even though Gao Junwei, who was moving at high speed, managed to dodge the first and second Baron Wind by a hair's breadth, he did not manage to dodge the third Baron Wind. In an instant, Gao Junwei's body flew into the air, and he dashed towards Han Jiangxue. Once he was far away from his team, Gao Junwei would be able to use his star technique, Roar of Fear, without any scruples. Strictly speaking, Roar of Fear was a ranged star technique. Although it was presented in the form of a roar, covering one's ears and using earplugs would not work. As long as one was within the range of Roar of Fear, even a deaf person would be terrified by the roar. There were many descriptions, but only a moment had passed on the battlefield. Han Jiangxue's actions made Gao Junwei's expression change drastically. A golden flaming whip crawled out of her hand. Like a golden flaming snake, it coiled around the scattered ground and burned the artificial turf beneath her feet. Han Jiangxue picked up the flame whip and lashed it at Gao Junwei. No, it wasn't a whip, but a coiling. The two flame snakes opened their bloody mouths, but it was just a feint. They did not use their fangs to hurt him, and instead, they wrapped their slender bodies around their prey. Gao Junwei's head was wrapped tightly by the flame torch whip, and the miserable shriek that came from the layers of flame torch whip made everyone shudder in fear. Roar of Fear. At this moment, Gao Junwei was crying for his parents from the burning flame torch whip. How could he still be in the mood to roar? Han Jiangxue jerked the flame torch whip with her right hand. The next moment, gasps could be heard in the silent stadium. The audience was dumbfounded. Gao Junwei's figure plunged into the Sky Smasher and disappeared without a trace. Su-Ro covered her mouth with one hand and looked at the computer screen in shock. What happened? What did Han Jiangxue do? In her live stream, the bullet screen exploded with comments too. Most of the people who had gathered in Su-Ro's live stream were old fans who followed Class 1 and knew what Han Jiangxue's Sky Smasher meant. Oh my god, is the snow goddess going to kill someone? She used Sky Smasher? She actually used Sky Smasher against humans? It's over, it's over. This is too much. Will Gao Junwei die? Oh my god, Han Jiangxue can't do this. She'll go to jail. Isn't this woman's heart too vicious? Even if there was a conflict between them, she wouldn't go so far as to kill him, right? Yeah, to think that she's so beautiful. It turns out that she's so vicious. Who would kill someone without knowing the severity of the situation during a normal competition? She's willing to resort to unscrupulous means for the sake of gold-quality star beads. Why would anyone support such a person? I really don't know what the school nurtured her for. Is it to kill her own compatriots? Damn it, where did so many haters come from? This is the live stream of Jiangbin High School. Where do they come from? Let me ask you, is there really anyone who supports such a woman? Just because she's beautiful? During the preliminary round, your Gao Junwei robbed more than 20 participating teams. His arm was covered in blood-stained bandages, and he beat up so many students until they were unconscious and seriously injured. He even crippled a few of his team members. Why didn't you say anything about it? Are you selectively blind? Did Gao Junwei kill someone? If it weren't for the fact that killing someone will disqualify them from the competition, do you think he would have shown mercy? Cut the crap. I'm asking you if he killed anyone. He tried to kill Li Wei last year, but he didn't succeed. Do you have any evidence? Are you spouting nonsense here? Due to the fact that they were separated by a screen, they could say whatever they wanted without any scruples. In the Red Sun Stadium, everyone was taken aback. Be it the host on the stage, the audience in the stands, or even the cold and arrogant Yu Zhen. Yu Zhen dodged Jiang Zhao's blessing and Xia Yan's flame arc. She looked at Xia Yan, who was dashing towards her, and quickly retreated while guarding against Jiang Zhao's blessing. At the same time, she waved her dark blue scepter again, targeting Jiang Zhao, who was at the back of the enemy team. Yu Zhen, who was highly focused, was awakened by Zhang Mingming and Zhang Weiliang's voices. The arrogant girl subconsciously looked in Gao Junwei's direction, only to see his figure disappear in a flash. Sky Smasher? Before the competition, Zhang Mingming had already analyzed the personalities of each member of the enemy team. They were extremely certain that Han Jiangxue did want a good ranking and extra points for the college entrance examination, but she would never ruin her own future. She was a person who sought stability and stability. She would never use an extremely dangerous star technique like Sky Smasher in such a competition. What made Han Jiangxue take the risk? Is it the extreme desire to get extra points for the college entrance examination? Or is it the hatred and disgust towards Gao Junwei? Or could it be that she was really confident? At the moment when Yu Zhen was in a daze, a ray of blessing descended from the sky and landed on Yu Zhen's head, enveloping her impressive figure. Yu Zhen then exclaimed in a seductive voice. Zhang Mingming's expression changed drastically. It was difficult for the vines to catch Xia Yan, who was moving at high speed. He quickly condensed the ice mist armor around Yu Zhen's body with one hand, while his other hand landed abruptly. Similarly, a ray of blessing landed on a speeding figure, Xia Yan. However, after experiencing Jiang Zhao's beauty, Xia Yan wouldn't be too interested in facing other medical awakened. There was a qualitative difference between the effects of a silver quality blessing and a brass quality blessing. When the brass quality blessing landed on Xia Yan's body, she tilted her head to the left and right, and the crisp sounds of bones cracking could be heard from her neck. She sighed comfortably, and her eyes were filled with murderous intent as she continued to stare at Yu Zhen, who was standing rooted to the ground. A person and a sword flashed past in a flash. Yu Zhen, who was in a daze, was awakened by the excruciating pain. She spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying by Xia Yan. Xia Yan waved the giant sword with great force that was much more ferocious than Zhang Hui's. Although Xia Yan was holding onto a wooden giant sword, Xia Yan could definitely stab Yu Zhen's heart or even break her body if she really wanted to kill Yu Zhen, who was dumbfounded and had her back wide open. However, Xia Yan did not stop at all. When the referee whistled and announced that Yu Zhen had withdrawn from the competition and lost her ability to fight, Xia Yan cast another flame arc and turned around to dash toward Zhang Weiliang. To everyone's surprise, the low-key shield warrior turned out to be so skillful. After a few rounds, Li Wei and Xiaoyan's bodies were already covered with a thin layer of frost. It was the passive star technique of the frozen walker from the dimensional space in the ice cave. It allowed the user to add a slight freezing effect to each attack. However, that was all Zhang Weiliang could do. The calm and composed Li Wei yelled at Xiaoyan, "Burning flame," before stomping his foot and using Scorch. At the same time, Zhang Mingming's body was blown up by a gust of wind. In the sky, Zhang Mingming stared at Han Jiangxue with a burning gaze. Whoosh! Han Jiangxue waved her left hand and activated Sky Smasher again, after which a golden flame torch whip crawled out of her right hand and landed on the turf beneath her feet. It then coiled around her. Zhang Mingming's eyes narrowed, and even though he was extremely displeased and reluctant, he had no choice but to yell, "Admit defeat. We admit defeat." Han Jiangxue threw the flame torch whip into her Sky Smasher and pulled Gao Junwei's body out. Cough, 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 cough. Gao Junwei panted heavily. It was unknown whether it was because of fear or because he was choking on the cold wind, but as he panted, he coughed violently. No one knew what he had experienced, and he reckoned that very few people would be willing to experience it for themselves. At this moment, his handsome face was covered in wounds and blood. He had been disfigured by the flame torch whip. However, it didn't matter. In this magical world, Gao Junwei would be able to recover with a few blessings from the healers. Han Jiangxue turned to look at him and said softly, 29 seconds. Jiang Xiao looked at her face that was in high spirits. Under the falling snowflakes, her black hair was dancing in the wind, and her blue ribbon was fluttering gently. As the person closest to her, he could always see her soft side in private, but he seemed to have forgotten how arrogant she was. Beep, beep. The referee blew the whistle and yelled, "The competition is over. Jiangbin High School wins." All of a sudden, everyone in the Red Sun Stadium was stunned. Long before the competition began, the media had already been promoting the competition and saying, although it's the first place versus the 8th place, there's no doubt that this will be a final level battle. They tried their best to analyze the combat effectiveness of both sides, the tacit understanding of the team, and what kind of cooperation they could produce. However, to everyone's astonishment, the finals had already come to an end in just 29 seconds. The team from number 3 high school that had been praised to the heavens was beaten into a mess. It was no exaggeration to say that they were pressed against the ground and their bones were crushed. Well done. Awesome. Xing Lang sat in the changing room and looked at the television screen before hollering furiously. Zhang Hui leaned against the corner of the changing room, looking like he had a lot on his mind. When he saw such a scene, he felt extremely comfortable. The one who had the biggest reaction was the female Rules Awakened, Lu Chang. When she saw Yu Zhan being sent flying by Xia Yan's sword and spurting blood everywhere, she clenched her fists and yelled. When she saw that Xia Yan had casually stabbed Yu Zhan with a flame arc, Lu Chang ran out of the locker room while cheering in joy. Zheng Jiang was dumbfounded. Xing Lang asked, "Lu Chang, where are you going?" The two of them hurriedly chased after her. The changing room was not far from the arena. Lu Chang quickly ran through the players' tunnel and ran straight to the edge of the field. Without hesitation, she threw a bursting flames ball into the sky. The Star Warriors who were maintaining order at the scene hurried over to intercept her, unsure of what Lu Chang was going to do. However, they saw Lu Chang gathering the bursting flames balls and throwing them into the sky one by one while yelling, "Yeah, scatter flowers, let's set off fireworks." Please remember the domain name of this book. Top mobile edition website. Chapter 208. Alliance Masters Update April 10th. Su Ro's livestream room almost collapsed. What the F*CK? Who the F*CK told me that this is an evenly matched battle? Who the hell told me that Jiangbin High School number 3 is impressive? I didn't even react. What just happened? What's going on? I'm just going to get a glass of water, and the competition is over. F*CK, You guys only know how to spam toxic healers every day. I'm afraid you've forgotten who the real god is, right? Han Jiangxue, my goddess, I might have really fallen in love with you. Gao Junwei shouted a few times. Yu Zhen struck twice with lightning, and then it was over. Huh, I'm dying of laughter, huh? Gao Junwei did cry out, and it sounded so pitiful my heart didn't waver at all. I even secretly recorded it. We're only good at killing monsters? Can't beat him in a fight? You'll be beaten until you call me daddy? All right, that's enough. It's only been 29 seconds. We didn't even give each other a chance to call us daddy. Su Ro fiercely slammed the table, feeling a sense of elation. I'm happy. Delightful. A 29 yuan cash red packet. A bullet screen with a mighty snow god has entered the lucky draw. Haha, 29 yuan. Host, you're so mean. Host, do you think I'm a beggar? It's only $29. I won't be cheated by your bullet screen. All hail the snow goddess. All hail the snow goddess. All hail the snow goddess. 29 seconds. What did 29 seconds mean? Everything that had been hyped up before the match had been completely destroyed. People had been looking forward to a spectacular battle that was as exciting as the end of the world. But what happened in the end? I took off my pants, and this is what you show me? At the host's seat in the stands, the host Sui Bian and Guest Wu looked at each other. Sui Bian, in particular, felt his cheeks burning. He had just boasted about how domineering and powerful Jiangbin High School No. 3 was, and yet Jiangbin High School No. 3 ended up getting crushed on the ground. So strong. Sui Bian looked at Guest Wu awkwardly, signaling him to continue the conversation. Guest Wu, Sui Bian. The scene fell into an awkward silence. Guest Wu suddenly covered his mouth with one hand and said in a muffled voice, Hey, when I say number 1 middle school, you say number 6. Guest Wu, number 1 middle school, Sui Bian, 6, Guest Wu. First high school, Sui Bian, 6. In the arena, Gao Junwei knelt and crawled on the cold grass. His body was trembling nonstop. His once arrogant and unruly face was now ashen and dejected. No one knew what he had experienced in Han Jiangshue's coffin. Han Jiangxue was in the Sky Smasher. There was nothing at all. Perhaps this was where the problem lay. It was precisely because there was nothing there that Gao Junwei was behaving so badly. He panted heavily, his body shivering, and he didn't even dare to look up. His head was covered in skin that had been scorched by the flame torch whip. He looked extremely miserable, but even so, the pain he suffered physically was far less than what he had to endure mentally. Suffocation and struggle, darkness and nothingness, despair and pain. In a short span of less than half a minute, he seemed to have experienced a mortal torture. However, only the people involved knew how it felt. As the audience in the stands and in front of the television, they would not be able to understand Gao Junwei's state at this moment unless they had personally experienced the double physical and psychological torture. They just felt that the seemingly arrogant and unruly young man was actually not as strong as they imagined him to be. Han Jiangxue looked down at Gao Junwei, who was at her feet, and suddenly felt a little bored. She wanted to end the battle quickly and was confident that she could directly imprison one of the other team members with her own abilities. She could either threaten the other team members, create a 4v3 situation, or cause severe psychological pressure to the other team members. To Han Jiangxue's surprise, when she finished doing all that, her teammates joined forces to deal with the other attacker of the opponent's team almost at the same time. It was clean and tidy without any sloppiness. Han Jiangxue turned to look at the battlefield in the distance, where the once calm and wise commander, Zhang Mingming, looked extremely sullen at this moment. Perhaps, Zhang Mingming still didn't know if he should be the one to take the blame for this match. Did he underestimate the enemy? Was he too careless? No, he didn't. In that case, was there anything wrong with Zhang Mingming's battle plan and command? Maybe not. No matter what, killing the only healer of the opponent was a way of fighting. Even if Zhang Mingming was wrong, would they succeed if he changed the battle plan to kill Han Jiangxue? His biggest mistake was to think that Han Jiangxue who was extremely focused on stability, would definitely not take the risk of using Sky Smasher in such a competition. What was even more depressing was that even if Zhang Mingming realized that Han Jiangxue would use Sky Smasher, he wouldn't be able to stop her. Han Jiangxue turned her eyes and saw the dejected and helpless shield warrior Zhang Weiliang. Glancing past Zhang Weiliang, Han Jiangxue saw Yu Zhen, who was being carried onto a stretcher in the distance. At this moment, Yu Zhen was no longer as arrogant as she used to be. Her clothes were tattered and she was covered in blood. There was even blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. She was staring at the gloomy sky with a pair of muddled eyes. She once went on a killing spree in the arsenal and used the dark blue scepter to look down on everyone. However, after encountering Han Jiangxue's team, she was surrounded by Jiang Zhao's toxic healer. Zhang Hui seized the opportunity to blast her with 2 flame arcs and sent her flying out of the arsenal. The medical awakened star warriors of the competition were indeed very strong. They managed to heal Yu Zhen, who was seriously injured and unconscious, so that she could enter the semi-finals in full condition. It only took Yu Zhen a day to be discharged from the hospital. However, she was discharged very quickly. She was also admitted rather quickly. What did 29 seconds mean? Han Jiangxue could answer that question now. Those 29 seconds might mean a change in the fate of the two teams. Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Xiao, who was sitting on the ground and cutting the vines tied around his ankles. She walked towards him. The moment she lifted her leather boots, Gao Junwei was like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. His body trembled as he crawled to the side. Han Jiangxue froze for a moment and thought, is that how a normal person should behave? Why is he so scared? He's almost on the verge of breaking down. Does Gao Junwei have some kind of mental illness? Is he claustrophobic? Was he hooked out by my Sky Smasher? Of course, Han Jiangxue did not deny that everyone would have different reactions when faced with the threat of death. To be fair, if she were the one who was locked in the space coffin by the enemy and had her life in control, she would probably be hysterical too. Without experiencing it for herself, who would know what would happen? Han Jiangxue was no longer interested in Gao Junwei's psychological state. She strode towards Jiang Xiao while nodding at Xia Yin, who was holding her head high, and Li Wei, who was wearing a composed expression. In a certain military camp, the sounds of something shattering could be heard coming from a separate room with clean windows. "Captain," the voice of a guard came from outside the door. "Shut up." A woman's voice came from the other side of the door, suppressing her anger. In a reception room, the wooden coffee table was smashed into pieces. The shards of the porcelain cup were scattered all over the ground. A middle-aged woman with short hair sat on the sofa. Her expression was sullen, and her right hand clenched into a fist. She crushed the cup in her hand, and tea mixed with blood dripped from her palm, accompanied by the sizzling sound of porcelain fragments being crushed. Phew! After a long while, the woman trembled slightly and took a deep breath to suppress the surging emotions in her chest. She then continued to stare at the television screen in front of her. On the television screen, the audience was applauding enthusiastically, and the proud faces of the winning team could be seen. Although everything had ended just now, she still couldn't forget Gao Junwei's terrified and shivering appearance. At the instant that the girl took a step forward, he crawled away in panic, just like a stray dog that had been bullied. Useless. The short-haired woman sat on the sofa and stared fixedly at the television screen. She opened her bloodied right hand and shook off the porcelain shards that had been crushed. She then used her left hand to pick out the porcelain shards from the bloody palm of her right hand. However, before she could clean her right palm, she suddenly stood up and kicked away the mess on the ground. She strode over to the television and smashed it into pieces with a single punch. In the arena, Jiang Xiao was sitting on the ground and untangling the vines when he suddenly shivered. Han Jiangxue happened to walk towards him and said softly with concern, "It's snowing harder and harder. Put on your down jacket when you go back." "Okay." While responding, Jiang Xiao quickly cut the vines with his sword. Zhang Mingming was really trying to kill him. The bunch of vines had almost wrapped around Jiang Zhao's thigh. They were dense, complicated, and extremely flexible, completely restricting Jiang Zhao's movements. Even though Zhang Mingming had already left the arena, Jiang Xiao still hadn't managed to break free from it. Fortunately, Xia Yin had stepped forward at that time. If she hadn't held Yujin back with her flame arc, Jiang Xiao would have definitely been struck by lightning and burnt to a crisp bang. A blazing wooden blade was plunged into the ground, cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. Xia Yin flicked her chestnut-colored hair that was covered in snowflakes. She said impatiently, "Hurry up, don't let my Shue suffer from the cold here with you." Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. Xia Yin asked, "What are you looking at?" "Hurry up." Jiang Xiao said, "I want to hurry up too, but my abilities don't allow me to." Xia Yin froze for a moment, feeling that there was something wrong with his words. Please remember the domain name of this book. Top. Chapter 209. Xia Yin. Xia Yin, I love you. Xia Yin, I love you. A woman's scream could be heard continuously. Even in the noisy stadium, her voice was very penetrating. Xia Yin was a little stunned and turned around to see Lu Chong struggling. At this moment, Lu Chong was like a groupie who was being dragged out of the stadium by the security guards. While struggling, Lu Chong turned around to look in Xia Yan's direction and said, "I'll help you with your homework for the second half of the semester. I'll buy you breakfast. I'll put snacks, fruits, and yogurt in your desk every day." Xia Yin was speechless. The security guards dragged the girl who ran into the stadium to scatter flowers and throw bursting flames in a frenzy before pushing Lu Chong out with all their might. Lu Chong said, "Hey, don't push me. I'm a contestant too. I still have to compete in the competition later. Don't push me." Of course, the security guard did not believe her. While pushing Lu Chong, he yelled angrily, "Fan, get lost." Suro looked proud and elated in the live stream. Looking at the mighty goddess Shui on the screen, she couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. She smacked the table and said, "Let's see who dares to go against me now. I ranked Han Jiangxue second in the individual rankings this year. Do I think she deserves it?" It would have been fine if Su Ro hadn't mentioned it. Once she mentioned it, the comments on the screen changed all of a sudden. Of course, it was undeniable that the comments changed so quickly because the lucky draw had ended. "Darn meat bun, you still haven't told us who's in the first place." Yeah. Who's in the first place? Tell us. Could it be Gao Junwei, who was pinned to the ground just now? Haha, XSL. Gao Junwei is your grandfather. F*CKU. Shut up. Haha, he was killed by Goddess Shui in seconds. Killed in seconds? Are you angry? Suro looked at the list of contestants for the second round and said, "Who's in the first place? You'll see it soon. Zhou Tsang from Chiching High School." Dian Dian? Ha, he's my classmate. My brother is definitely a macho man. Isn't it Zhou Tsang? Why is it called Dian Dian? During the language exam for the first year of high school, he complained that the essay questions were not up to standard, so he wrote an ellipsis and pointed out 6 points. The class placement exam is still like this? Are you pretending? Even though he got a 0 for his essay, he was still assigned to the top class after the overall results came out. How powerful can this guy be? Ranked in front of my snow goddess? He has a star technique from the grasslands of Damong Dynasty. Are you afraid? Below star level 4? Are you kidding me? Suro's live stream was getting more and more popular. In the Red Sun Stadium, Zhang Zhao's team was leaving. When they walked to the entrance of the players' tunnel, the spectators on both sides cheered enthusiastically. Wonderful! One exciting match! Well done! Well done! A series of cheers and applause stunned the team members. Among them, a girl with a missing piece of hair stood up excitedly and clasped her hands in front of her chest while looking at the team members of Jiangbin High School gratefully. That girl was the student who had been brutally ravaged by Gao Junwei in the arsenal. At this moment, she was looking at Han Jiangxue with a pious gaze, as if she was looking at a hero who had punished evil and promoted good. Jiang Xiao and the others noticed that the young people on both sides of the players' tunnel were different from the ordinary spectators. They finally came to a sudden realization. It seemed that Gao Junwei's team had really angered the public. However, They had to admit that in the face of strength, those teams could only be beaten up and ravaged. Now that the team from Jiangbin High School had defeated the team from Jiangbin High School number 3 so cleanly, Jiang Xiao and the others naturally became heroes. The girl with a missing piece of hair looked at Han Jiangxue excitedly. She stared at her expressionless and exquisite face, her fluttering black hair and the blue hairband that fluttered gently in the wind. She watched as Han Jiangxue walked towards her step by step. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Thank you, Han Jiangxue, thank you." Han Jiangxue didn't stop and looked up, but she didn't respond at all. She was not a hero who rode on colorful, auspicious clouds. She just wanted to advance and had nothing to do with the other teams. That was all. At the entrance of the players' tunnel, Li Wei, who was at the front, suddenly stopped in his tracks. The 4 male students from Qiqing High School were heading towards them. One of the boys took the lead and stood in the center position, attracting everyone's attention at a glance. His appearance was rather delicate, with red lips and white teeth. He also had a head of elegant shoulder-length hair. His slender figure and handsome face, coupled with his melancholy temperament, were indeed enough to cause people to cast sidelong glances. Fortunately, he was an awakened. If he were an ordinary high school student, he would probably have been forced to cut his hair short by the school. In contrast, Li Wei, who was equally handsome, seemed rather masculine. 29 seconds, not bad. The boy flicked his shoulder-length hair and reached out to stroke it. He then stood in front of Li Wei and looked at Han Jiangxue. Jiang Xiao bumped Xia Yan's shoulder and said, "Look at her gentle and beautiful aura. Learn from her and behave like a woman." Xia Yan was dumbfounded. The boy said in a soft and calm voice, "I'm Zhou Tsang from Qiqing High School." Jiang Xiao felt relieved and thought, "It's really him. He's a rather peculiar student in this cohort who has a particularly peculiar star technique, Soul Whip. Its effect is similar to that of the Savage Sorcerer's star technique, Zombie Spirit, but it is manifested in a different form, Whip. This star technique was produced in the extremely dangerous star bead of the poisonous ivy flower demon in Damen Province. The star bead contained a gold-quality star technique, but unfortunately, Zhou Tsang only managed to absorb the silver-quality star technique, Soul Whip. However, even if he only managed to absorb the lowest-level silver-quality star technique, it was enough for Zhou Tsang to dominate his cohort. Zhou Tsang glanced at everyone and said softly, "I look forward to meeting you guys in the finals." "Zhou Tsang?" A strange voice came from the side. "You're not going to carry a knife for your second master, but you're here to participate in the competition." Jiang Xiao turned around, only to see that it was a long-faced male student. Judging from the school uniform he was wearing, he reckoned that he should be a member of the other team. Jiang Xiao reckoned that he probably heard Zhou Tsang say that he was going to compete with Jiangbin High School in the finals and thus didn't take the competition seriously at all. Hence, his opponent was displeased. "Speak of the devil, and the second master appears." He heard a loud and clear voice coming from behind him. "Zhou Tsang, you can't do it. I'll have to deal with them." Zhou Tsang turned around and looked behind him with the corner of his eye. He sneered and said, "Wu Haoyang, have you forgotten that you crawled out of Qi City previously?" Wu Haoyang's face turned red and he barked angrily, "Don't spout nonsense." Zhou Tsang smirked and glanced at Wu Haoyang from the corner of his eye. He then turned around to look at Han Jiangxue and said, "Don't leave. Go straight to the semifinals later. 30 seconds is enough." The students in the stadium tunnel, including the staff, were all slightly stunned. Immediately afterwards, the cameramen swarmed forward like sharks that had smelled blood. They filmed the conflict before the match from all angles, including the handsome and unruly Zhou Tsang. The long-faced male student, who was Zhou Tsang's opponent, was immediately displeased. With a look of exasperation, he barked, "What did you say?" Zhou Tsang ignored his opponent and instead pushed Li Wei aside with one hand on his chest. He then led his team members through the team from Jiangbin High School. Jiang Xiao could tell from this small action that this guy was very arrogant and tough. There seemed to be no such thing as taking a detour in his dictionary. Jiang Xiao and the others looked at each other, But Han Jiangxue wasn't in the mood to play around. Under her orders, everyone strode towards the locker room and seized the time to rest and replenish their star power. After all, the competition today was not over yet, and they still had a semifinal to play. Wu Haoyang stared at Zhou Tsang's back, and his anger gradually dissipated. He chided smilingly, "Huh, you're still as stubborn as ever. Love and hate are decided in an instant." Jiang Xiao hummed a tune and brushed past Wu Haoyang. Wu Haoyang was dumbfounded. Li Wei hurriedly turned around, picked Jiang Xiao up, and sprinted for 100 meters. He was really afraid that Wu Haoyang would get into a fight with Jiang Xiao on a whim. Jiang Xiao was like a pig waiting to be slaughtered as he struggled and screamed. In the end, he was still thrown into the locker room by Li Wei. "Xiaopi, I'm begging you. Don't you know what Wu Haoyang's temper is like? Let's enter the finals safely and clinch the first place, okay? I'll be able to report to your sister Qingmei when we get back." Li Wei bent his knees slightly and looked at Jiang Xiao, who had been thrown onto the chair, with a pleading look on his face. However, Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. His gaze had long been attracted by the projector television on the wall of the locker room. "Xiaopi." Li Wei was a little bewildered and turned around, only to be dumbfounded too. More than 10 seconds later, bang! The door of the locker room was kicked open by Xia Yan. She strode in with her long legs and said teasingly, "You too, show." Jiang Xiao exclaimed as he pointed at the projector television. Xia Yan and Han Jiangxue looked at the television in unison, only to hear the referee's voice. Qiqing High School wins. On the screen, there were 2 students who were fleeing in a panic, as well as 2 students who had fainted after being bombed. They could tell that the 2 students had probably been blasted unconscious by the bursting fireball. It was worth mentioning that the 2 students' feet were entangled with vines, and their movements were probably restricted. That was why they were hit. On the screen, Zhou Tsang sighed softly, as if he felt a little bored. He smoothed his long hair back from his forehead with one hand and raised his eyes to look at the hazy sky. Looking at the falling snowflakes, he said calmly, "The snow is about to stop. Jiangban High School, come up." "Wow." In the locker room, Jiang Xiao sat down on the stool and muttered, "Pretentious. Pretentious king." Chapter 2:10. Of course, the team from Jiangban High School wouldn't listen to Zhou Tsang's words and go on stage for the semifinals. After all, it was Group E's next match. The top 8 contestants were divided into 2 groups, A and B. Group A, first place vs 8th place, 4th place vs 5th place. Group B, second place versus 7th place, 3rd place versus 6th place. Group A and B would each decide a winner to participate in the finals. The battle for 1st and 2nd place, as well as 3rd and 4th place, would begin tomorrow. This year's Beijiang Province High School League was beyond everyone's expectations. Take Group A, for example. The battle between the 1st and the 8th place was decided in just 29 seconds. The battle between the 4th and 5th place, which was supposed to be the closest in strength, also ended within 40 seconds. The rules of the tournament stated that each match could not exceed 30 minutes. This rule had not been of much use so far. After the competition in Group B, it was time for the finals of Group A, which was Jiangban High School versus Qiqing High School. Jiang Xiao would be able to rest for as long as the 2 matches in Group B lasted. To Jiang Zhao's helplessness, Wu Haoyang seemed to be going all out against them. The 3rd-ranked Xindon Creek High School number 11 defeated their opponent easily in 37 seconds. As soon as the whistle sounded, Wu Haoyang charged forward crazily with his crescent saber in hand. His momentum was astonishing. What was more frightening was that after Wu Haoyang roared twice in a row, his opponents no longer had any intention of retreating. All tactics and techniques were thrown to the back of their minds. Their blood was boiling, their fighting spirit was boundless, and their eyes were bloodshot from the roar. Even the enemy team's mage rushed up to fight Wu Haoyang one-on-one. Wu Haoyang was like a tiger in a flock of sheep as he brandished his saber vigorously. 3 members were injured, and 1 was sent flying out of the boundary. The battle was over in 37 seconds. After experiencing 3 devastating games in a row, the audience in the Red Sun Stadium was dumbfounded. They all bought tickets to come in, thinking that they would enjoy a sumptuous feast, but it wasn't that the match wasn't exciting, it just felt like it was a little too fast. Finally, a more normal competition began. The second team from Jiangbin High School, Xinglang's team, which was ranked 7th, went up to face Jiaqing High School, which was ranked 2nd in the overall rankings. Under Xinglang's command, they believed that they had a huge advantage. They charged forward recklessly. They typed GG. With a total time of 11 minutes and 12 seconds, Xinglang's team lost the match bravely, but they played with style and vigor. Their nomination had already created a new record in Jiangbin High School. A total of 120 teams from the entire province participated in the competition, and Jiangbin High School occupied 2 spots in the top 8. Principal Yin would probably be overjoyed if Jiangbin High School was allowed to show off. It was time to open 2 more classes and collect more sponsorship fees from the parents. The 4 members of Xinglang's team were very satisfied with this result. In fact, it was already a great surprise that they could enter the top 8 and enter the semifinals. Now, all they had to do was wait to receive the reward. The reward for the 4th and 8th place would be the same. They would both receive 4 relatively rare silver quality star beads. Xinglang was still thinking about treating the school tyrants to a meal, even though Zhang Hui had to pay a bag of 8 ghoul badges to get the school tyrants' protection. But that was only for the sake of his classmates. If it was someone else, not to mention providing protection, Zhang Hui would have been kicked out long ago. Half an hour after the intermission, Jiang Zhao's team was invited to the stage again. This battle would be the finals of Group A. If they won, they would be able to compete with the top team of Group B. If they lost, they would have to compete with the second team of Group B. Beijiang TV Station. Beijiang TV Station. You're watching the finals of Group A. I'm the host, Sui Bian, and beside me is our guest, Teacher Wu. Teacher Wu nodded and said, "Greetings, host and audience." Compared to the previous cohort, the students of this cohort are the host. Sui Bian hurriedly interjected. The 2 teams of the competition are from Jiangbin High School and Qiqing High School. The members of Jiangbin High School are all celebrities that everyone is familiar with. There's Han Jiangxue, a rules awakened with 30 star slots, as well as Xia Yin, a melee fighter with 28 star slots, Li Wei, a shield warrior with 25 star slots, and the one with 9. There was an uproar in the Red Sun Stadium. A sigh could be heard in the arena. Both teams had already gotten into position, and the team from Qiqing High School got into a 1-2-1 formation. Zhou Tsang took the lead and was almost standing in the middle of the field. The sigh came from Zhou Tsang. His gaze was a little dazed as he raised his head slightly and stared at the snowflakes in the sky, seemingly in a daze. Zhou Tsang sighed when he heard the host say 9, and his tone was stuck. The team from Jiangbin High School got into a more normal 2-1-1 formation, with Xia Yin and Li Wei at the front, Han Jiangxue in the middle, and Jiang Xiao at the back. Xia Yin, who was standing at the front, was displeased. She heard the sigh clearly and felt that Zhou Tsang was mocking Jiang Xiao. She retorted, "Why? Do you have a problem with 9-star slots?" Zhou Tsang slowly closed his eyes and placed a finger on his lips. "She'll listen." Xia Yin was dumbfounded. Zhou Tsang raised his head slightly and allowed the snowflakes to fall on his face. He said softly, "It's the sound of snowflakes falling slowly." Xia Yin said. Zhou Tsang smiled and slowly took out a hair tie from his pocket. He raised his head and shook it left and right. He used one hand to tie his shoulder-length hair and the other to tie a ponytail. Xia Yin asked, "Are you sighing because it's snowing?" Zhou Tsang shook his head and sighed. "This uproar has affected my mood while I'm admiring the snow." Clap, clap, clap. Jiang Xiao applauded while exclaiming in his heart, "Pretentious king. No wonder he's the pretentious king. He's our role model." Zhou Tsang was attracted by the applause and looked over. Jiang Xiao looked at Zhou Tsang's melancholic and handsome face and suddenly asked, "Friend, did you do the college entrance examination last year?" Zhou Tsang's unfathomable expression suddenly froze. What did he hear? Jiang Xiao raised his voice and asked, "Did you do the reading comprehension questions in the Chinese college entrance examination last year?" Zhou Tsang was dumbfounded. Jiang Xiao asked loudly, "Can you tell me why the curtains are blue?" Beep, beep. The referee blew the whistle and raised the flag high. The referee didn't care about the students' chit-chat. Once the flag was lowered, the competition would officially begin. Zhou Tsang's eyes narrowed, and a vine whip star atlas faintly blossomed from his body. A translucent whip slowly condensed in his right hand, which was naturally hanging down. Wisps of mist floated around the whip, which coiled around his feet a few times. Behind him, the two rules awakened put their hands in front of their chests, and there were flames in their hands. They were LV Jingfeng and Cheng Lu. Both of them were excellent rules awakened who were good at output and control. "Lindsay!" Zhou Tsang suddenly yelled. At the end of the line, a tall and skinny young man responded, and a broomstick star map appeared on his body. Broomstick? Is this guy a witch or Harry Potter? Wait. According to the information, only 7 of Lin Zi's star slots had been lit up. During the competition half an hour ago, he only had 7 star techniques. Why did the 8th star technique in his broomstick star map light up? Did he just absorb a star technique? Just as Jiang Xiao was a little surprised, the referee's flag suddenly fell. The competition began. When dealing with such a team, there was no need to focus fire on Zhou Tsang at all. As soon as the competition began, Xia Yin dashed out like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. Jiang Xiao raised his hand and cast a blessing, after which a beam of light immediately landed on Zhou Tsang's body. However, what made people slightly stunned was that Zhou Tsang did not make a sound of comfort, nor did he tremble all over, nor did he fall into a state of confusion. His expression was a little strange, and his movements were indeed a little stiff. However, he still swung the translucent long whip. What's going on? At the back of the team from Chiching High School, the medical awakened known as Lin Zi had a sullen expression and thought, "Jiang Xiaopi, I've wasted a precious star slot for you." Lin Zi stared at Zhou Tsang and frantically stacked the effects on him. They were all negative effects. Chapter 211. Chief Bonus Update, May 10th. What kind of special star technique made Jiang Zhao's blessing ineffective? Silver quality star technique. Weakens the effects of buffs. Han Jiangxue watched as Zhou Tsang swung the soul whip in his hand. She opened her right palm and raised her index and middle fingers slightly, after which a gust of barren wind swept out from beneath Zhou Tsang's feet. Jingfeng. Zhou Tsang couldn't help but yell as he lost his balance while wielding the whip. Behind him, the rules awakened on the left humph coldly and smacked his right hand downwards. Everyone in the stadium immediately exclaimed in surprise, only to see that Zhou Tsang's body had just been swept up into the air when he seemed to have been pressed down by an invisible hand. The scene of him going up into the sky and going down into the ground was really exciting. Han Jiangxue frowned slightly and raised her finger again, after which another gust of barren wind swept out. LV Jingfeng's expression did not change, and a maple leaf star map suddenly appeared on his body. He pressed his hands down again and pressed Zhou Tsang down again. Beside him, Cheng Lu clenched his fists tightly, and vines emerged from the artificial turf before quickly wrapping around Han Jiangxue's ankles. At the same time, Zhou Tsang finally swung his soul whip. Like a ferocious viper, it opened its sharp fangs and bit Xia Yin, who was coming towards it. Xia Yin galloped like a wild horse. She was agile, but when faced with the soul whip, her body tilted abruptly. The translucent whip that was emitting a thin layer of smoke brushed past Xia Yin's chest. To everyone's surprise, Xia Yin made a mistake. Xia Yin was affected by the soul whip. It was unknown if Xia Yin didn't have a good grasp of the distance, or if she wasn't familiar enough with her own body. If it were Han Jiangxue, the whip might not have been able to hit her. However, it was Xia Yan's chest. In short, the soul whip flew past Xia Yan's chest and clearly rubbed against her. However, the translucent whip did not seem to have a physical body, and it did not affect Xia Yan's direction at the moment of contact. The truly terrifying effect followed. Xia Yan's menacing gaze disappeared without a trace, and in just a second, her face turned pale and her eyes were filled with panic. She slowed down and staggered. Xia Yan dodged. Astonished, Han Jiangxue watched as Cheng Lu threw a bursting flames towards Xia Yan, who was staggering in her footsteps. The muddle-headed Xia Yan shivered like a frightened bunny who was extremely sensitive to everything around her. At this moment, a ray of light descended from the sky. Okay, Xia Yan stopped stumbling and her body trembled slightly. However, it was no longer a tremble of fear, but a shiver of comfort. How scary is the blessing? Not only can it increase vitality, but it can also be used as a control technique. In fact, it can even be used as a dispel or purify. When he first entered the arsenal, he used a blessing on Han Jiangxue, who was affected by the star technique zombie spirit, to get rid of the illness immediately. The divine technique of Beijiang was indeed worthy of its reputation. Due to the fact that Xia Yan had stopped in her tracks, the bursting flames ball that was flying toward her did not hit her directly. However, the bursting flames ball exploded next to her. Xia Yan's figure was immediately engulfed by the bursting flames, and she was blasted away. It was impossible to stop it all on the battlefield. The soul whip in Zhou Tsang's hand seemed to be able to extend infinitely. The whip that was more than 10 meters under his feet was actually more than 40 meters long when he actually flung it out. Zhou Tsang swept the whip horizontally. Yes, the whip swept horizontally while sticking to the ground. Han Jiangxue's ankles had already been bound tightly by Cheng Lu's vines. Li Wei took a huge step forward and leaped over the soul whip that was sweeping towards him. He then rushed towards Zhou Tsang with his hammer in hand. Jiang Xiao leaped gracefully and similarly dodged the soul whip that was sweeping towards him. At the same time, he thought to himself, how can I break this situation? At the next moment, everyone in the stadium exclaimed in surprise. Han Jiangxue waved her right hand, and layers of overlapping space appeared beside her. When the soul whip was half a meter away from her ankle, it suddenly disappeared without a trace. With the Sky Smasher beside Han Jiangxue as the node, Zhou Tsang's soul whip was actually cut off. Half of the whip was still in his hand, but the other half rolled onto the artificial turf and disappeared without a trace. It's Sky Smasher. It's a storage bag. It's clearly a shield. No, it's simply a dimensional cutting blade. The corners of Zhou Tsang's lips curled up slightly and his eyes glistened, seemingly more satisfied with the battle. Ring, 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 the crisp and melodious sound of bell attracted Zhou Tsang's attention. He condensed the whip again and turned around to look, only to see that the leaping medical light had landed on Xia Yan's body. Xia Yan quickly got up with a dejected expression. Just as she was about to take a step forward, she suddenly felt something tighten under her feet, and several vines quickly wrapped around her ankles. Xia Yan suddenly raised her giant sword and threw out a sharp flame arc in a bid to restrain Cheng Lu. At the same time, the light of blessing landed on Cheng Lu's head. To Jiang Zhao's dismay, Cheng Lu did not react much to the silver quality blessing either. He quickly snapped back to his senses and dodged the ferocious flame arc. To the astonishment of the team from First High School, they felt that their bodies seemed to have been blessed with a special imprint. Is it bad luck? The enemy medical awakened, Lin Zi, had already begun to attack the four of them. The effect of bad luck was to eliminate the effects of the buff. The soul whip would bring negative effects to people, so of course it would not be weakened. However, Jiang Zhao's blessing would be weakened. This time, after the four of them were affected by the soul whip, Jiang Zhao's blessing would probably not be able to purify and remove the buff. Damn it! Should the numbness in my scalp and the trembling of my limbs really be considered a positive effect? I'm clearly unable to walk because of the blessing. That should be considered a negative effect because it's comfortable. Hence, it should be considered a positive effect. Wu Haoyang stood at the side of the field, watched the battle, and said, "They've been restrained." Qiqing High School is really sinister. The medical awakened has always had 7-star techniques. They should have just absorbed the 8-star technique for this competition. The round-faced Qian Zhuang nodded and said, "It's over, it's over, it's over," and Looming snapped her fingers and said, "It's over." Qian Zhuang hesitated for a long time before saying, "It's over." Wu Haoyang stared at Zhou Tsang, who was killing everyone on the field. He then turned around and walked towards the players' tunnel. "Seems like the finals will be against Qiqing High School." And Yu Yu exclaimed, "Wow." And Looming exclaimed, "Oh my God." And Yu Yu said, "Little Icicle is going crazy." And Looming exclaimed, "Hey, little toxic healer, you can just take a cup and pour it into my mouth. Don't carry a bucket and pour it into my mouth." Wu Haoyang turned around abruptly, only to see a series of pillars of light falling from the sky. In the distance, at the back of the team from Jiangbin High School, Jiang Xiao raised his hands and never put them down again. If it weren't for his clenched fists, others would have thought that Jiang Xiao was surrendering. Lin Zi, who had specially absorbed a star technique for this competition, enjoyed the treatment of the Ape Ghoul King this time. The rays of light of blessing fell on Lin Zi's head one after another. In the beginning, Lin Zi could still resist it with the help of the Bad Luck Star technique. However, the Bad Luck Star technique only weakened the effects of the buffs, not shielded them. In other words, Jiang Zhao's toxic healer was still effective. Many a little makes a mickle. The accumulation of quantity would eventually lead to a qualitative change. There was nothing that a toxic healer couldn't solve. If there was, as the blessings landed, Lin Zi discovered that his body was gradually heating up and he felt warm all over. A wonderful feeling of physical and mental comfort followed. "Oh my God, how is this possible? How can it be so comfortable? Should I give myself a piece of bad luck? However, I'm really comfortable. My head feels a little dizzy. What should I do? Why am I thinking so much?" As the effects of bad luck gradually dissipated, Lin Zi's eyes gradually became blurry. Lin Zi's smile gradually became perverted. Lin Zi had finally learned the true meaning of life from these mouthfuls of poisonous milk. Zhou Tsang's face was filled with astonishment. Looking at the befuddled Lin Zi, he couldn't help but roar, "Lin Zi, wake up! Lin Zi, ah!" Chapter 212. There's an old proverb in China that said, "Blessing feels good for a while, but it will always feel good." The situation that seemed to be disadvantageous to Jiangbin High School was actually completely broken by the medical awakened. The opposing medical awakened was in a daze after being healed by Jiang Xiao, and they couldn't control themselves at all. The rules awakened to the opposing team were extremely anxious. LV Jingfeng extended his hand. Phew! Before LV Jingfeng's barren wind was formed, his entire body was blown away. Han Jiangshue's barren wind was even swifter and more ferocious than LV Jingfeng's. Chung Lu, who was the rules awakened, subconsciously retreated to the side, only to see a flame whip sweeping towards him. What does that mean? Has Han Jiangxue been angered by the soul whip? Is she going to fight Zhou Tsang? Han Jiangxue held a golden flame torch whip in her right hand and lashed it at Zhou Tsang forcefully. She then flattened her hand and barren wind swept across, blowing LV Jingfeng away. The golden flame torch whip seemed to be able to extend infinitely, and its range was large enough to affect the opponent's soccer field. LV Jingfeng's body continuously flipped and his head spun. After a long while, he finally found his bearings and used his Wind Series star technique to stabilize his body. Chung Lu finally understood that Han Jiangxue was determined to use the flame torch whip to whip him regardless of the fact that her legs were tied up by the vines. Chung Lu thought to himself, "It seems that the genius of Beijiang province is in a daze. This is an opportunity." He pondered to himself and reckoned that Han Jiangxue had probably used that star technique because she had always been suppressing others and had never suffered the kind of grievance that she did just now. Chung Lu quickly condensed the bursting flames ball in his hand and pushed it towards Han Jiangxue. "Wait, something's not right. Is that flame torch whip really aimed at Zhou Tsang? The target of the flame torch whip doesn't seem to be me." Before the flame snake bit Zhou Tsang, It actually tied up Li Wei halfway. Li Wei stopped abruptly and felt a pain in his waist. Feeling alarmed, he hurriedly activated burning flames. Li Wei tried to cover his entire body with flames, but he could only minimize the damage caused by the flames. He could not be completely immune to them and had no choice but to endure the heat of Han Jiangshue's flame torch whip. In the next moment, Li Wei felt like he was riding on a cloud, and his body was flung high into the sky by the flame torch whip before being smashed down again. That position belonged to the medical awakened at the very back of the enemy team. Lindsay, Han Jiangxue pushed her left hand forward gently, causing Zhou Tsang, who was about to flare up, to tilt his body and swing the soul whip in his hand in the wrong direction. Not only that, but his body also seemed to have been propelled out of the arena by Han Jiangxue. Just as LV Jingfeng's figure landed on the ground, his expression drastically changed. He couldn't care less anymore. His hands fiercely pulled back, and another gust of wind swept out. He absolutely couldn't let Zhou Tsang be blown out of the arena. Who? A holy radiance fell down and accurately shrouded Lu Jingfeng's head. This time, since bad luck was no longer effective, LV Jingfeng felt the true taste of a blessing. Although LV Jingfeng knew that he shouldn't have such thoughts, he still couldn't help but roar in his heart. Him. Horses. Awesome. Got it. Look at Jiang Xiaopi. Look at the medical awakened. That's what a true blessing is. LV Jingfeng, who had been blessed, could not pull Zhou Tsang back. In fact, he even froze in place with a dull expression, maintaining the posture of a hauler. His initial advantage was gone, and after the toxic healer broke through the enemy's blockade, everything seemed to have been set in stone. LV Jingfeng had been suppressed by Han Jiangxue, who was multitasking to the point of suffocation, be it the timing of the use of star techniques or the ability to read the battle situation, be it the speed of the release of star techniques or the power of the star techniques. LV Jingfeng was completely defeated. When LV Jingfeng finally snapped back to his senses and attempted to salvage the situation, Jiang Xiaopi had already taken the initiative and was ready to cast the toxic healer on LV Jingfeng's head. Cheng Lu, who was retreating quickly, was indignant. He tried his best to condense the bursting flames ball and hurled it into the sky. Li Wei, who had been tied up by the flame torch whip, was in the sky. Bang! The bursting flames was stopped by a fiery red flame arc in midair. Xia Yin darted towards LV Jingfeng, who was still in a daze. Halfway through, she threw a flame arc at the bursting flames ball. The bursting flames ball collided with the flame arc, and the sounds of explosions filled the stadium. However, it was just a small fight. Faced with the muddle-headed Lin Zi, Li Wei, who had descended from the sky, finally caused an uproar. Silver quality star technique scorch. The heat waves surged and flames overflowed. Li Wei landed heavily, and the ground seemed to be trembling. Han Jiangxue let go of the flame torch whip and lowered her right hand, after which layers of Sky Smasher appeared in front of her. The bursting flames ball that Cheng Lu launched floated across half of the field and finally arrived in front of Han Jiangxue. However, it disappeared in Sky Smasher. That scene completely ruined the possibility of turning the tables. Han Jiangxue stood in the same spot from the beginning to the end, allowing the fine and flexible vines to bind her legs tightly. However, she did not panic or try to escape from the vines. In fact, Han Jiangxue was even a little grateful for the vines that were binding her feet. The vines that restricted her movements were the very reason why she wasn't afraid of being blown away by LV Jingfeng's Baron Star technique. The two armies were facing off against each other. Han Jiangxue and Zhou Tsang stared at each other from afar, while controlling Baron Wind with her left hand to blow Zhou Tsang out of the realm. Li Wei, who was in the sky, landed heavily beside Lin Zi while stepping on Scorch. Xia Yin, who was sprinting at high speed, also stuck her burning wooden sword on LV Jingfeng's body at this moment. Beep, beep, beep. A series of whistles sounded. LV Jingfeng and Lin Zi have lost their ability to fight. Before the referee finished speaking, he heard a roar. "Come back!" Chung Lu half knelt on the ground and pressed his hands against the ground. Two vines emerged from the ground and darted towards Zhou Tsang, who was about to fly out of the boundary. Zhou Tsang, who was in midair, looked indignant and swung his translucent whip. Before he had a chance to flare up, another pillar of holy light landed on his head. Zhou Tsang muttered. Han Jiangxue extended her right hand, and the barren wind blew, sending Chung Lu, who was half kneeling on the ground, flying. She then condensed a golden pillar of fire in her right hand. It was thick, large, and abnormally ferocious. The golden flame torch pillar was like a ferocious dragon that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It roared and darted out of Han Jiangxue's hand, biting and pouncing towards the middle of the vine whips, breaking them in half and burning them to ashes. Chung Lu's vine whip had indeed tied Zhou Tsang's legs, but he couldn't pull him back because the vine whip had already been burned into two. Beat! The referee's whistle sounded again. Zhou Tsang is out of bounds and disqualified from the competition. Zhou Tsang landed gently on the ground, and the long whip in his hand disappeared without a trace. He raised his head and stared at the gloomy sky before sighing softly. Chung Lu, the only student from Qiqing High School left, was obviously powerless. Although he had yet to admit defeat, it seemed to be a foregone conclusion. "You actually lost." A loud and penetrating voice drifted from the side of the field and entered everyone's ears. "You actually turned the tables around despite having such a huge advantage." Zhou Tsang turned his head and heard Wu Haoyang's surprised tone. He also saw Wu Haoyang's regretful expression. "Fool." Zhou Tsang raised his head and humphed coldly. "I just wanted to admire the snow quickly." Zhou Tsang was wearing a mini microphone. When he said that, everyone was stunned. The most frightening thing was that the air suddenly became quiet. Zhou Tsang reached behind him and pulled down the hairband on his ponytail. He then shook his black hair and looked extremely suave. It wasn't a big problem for the bass to explode. Zhou Tsang placed his hands behind his back and walked out leisurely while humming a tune. I slowly listened to the sound of the snow falling and closed my eyes to imagine that it won't stop. The referee said, "Zhou Tsang, you're walking in the opposite direction. Please leave here." Zhou Tsang was speechless. Chapter 2:13. At night, in the hotel where the students were staying. Just like the previous time, Jiang Xiao and Li Wei gathered in Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan's room to watch the video of the competition. During the day, Jiang Xiao and the others had already watched the battle for the first place in Group B, which was between Xindon Creek High School No. 11 and Jiaqing High School. In the end, Xindon Creek High School No. 11 won, and both parties fought well. It was indeed a feast for the eyes. There was no doubt that Wu Haoyang was powerful. What surprised Jiang Xiao was that Qian Zhuang, who stuttered, was really capable. That kid's round face was really deceiving. As a mage, his control and damage output should be among the best in this year's batch of students. At this moment, everyone was carefully observing Qian Zhuang's combat characteristics based on a list of star techniques sent by the school. Han Jiangxue pressed the pause button. In the video, Qian Zhuang condensed an ice shield in his hand and blocked the melee attack of Jiaqing High School. Frozen Heart has a huge impact on the melee fighters of Jiaqing High School, Han Jiangxue said. Xia Yan and Li Wei both nodded, for they were no strangers to that star technique. Frozen Heart was considered a passive skill, but it had to be activated actively. After it was activated, it would continuously consume star power. During this stage, when a user was attacked by the enemy, there would be a slight chance that the opponent's body would be frozen. Back then, when Xia Yan and Li Wei focused their fire on Zhang Weiliang, the shield warrior of Jiangbin High School No. 3, their faces were particularly sullen. At that time, a thin layer of frost rose on their bodies. Although it wasn't to the extent that they couldn't move, the slightest impact on the ever-changing battlefield was likely to change the entire situation. At that time, Zhang Weiliang couldn't cause much trouble because Zhang Weiliang was the only rules awakened in the team. However, judging from a stance of Xindon Creek High School number 11, Qian Zhuang, who was the only rules awakened in the team, didn't seem to be the target. The star technique Frozen Heart was indeed difficult to deal with. Besides, Qian Zhuang was a rules awakened and he actually had a star technique like Ice Shield. It might have something to do with Qian Zhuang's star map. Qian Zhuang's star map was an unusually beautiful picture of a snowflake. He had 24 star slots and was definitely a genius. Those who can enter the finals are not simple characters. Li Wei sighed softly and continued. These star techniques are all rare dimensional spaces that are not open to the public. The Frozen Heart and the Ice Shield came from the unique dimensional space of Zhongji Province, the Ice Cave, a creature called the Frozen Walker. The Frozen Walker also had the star technique Ice Spear, which could be used for both melee and long-range attacks. Zhang Weiliang had once used Ice Spear to throw at Jiang Xiao, but Qian Zhuang did not have such a star technique. In addition to the Frozen Walker, there were two other creatures in the Ice Cave, Ice Demons and Ice Souls. As mentioned previously, Ice Soul had 3 star techniques: Ice Bomb, brass quality; Ice Mist Armor, silver quality; and Ice Roar, gold quality. The Ice Demon had 3 star techniques: Ice Spike, silver quality; Snowstorm, silver quality; and Heart of Ice, silver quality. Jiang Xiao had seen the star techniques of the Ice Demon before. Back when he was attacked by the Mercenary Corps in the snowfield, Jiang Xiao saw 3 of the star techniques of the Ice Demon in the list of smelly mud. Qian Zhuang had Ice Spike and Snowstorm. When Jiang Xiao learned about Qian Zhuang's star map and star techniques, he felt thankful that he did not fight with them in the snowfield. Qian Zhuang was already so aggressive in the football field. If they were in the snowfield, Jiang Xiao would probably be pricked by the ice spikes. "What do you say?" Xia Yin asked while looking at everyone. "Should we focus our fire on this round-faced guy, or focus our fire on the support?" Han Jiangxue frowned slightly and said softly, "The support of this team is not easy to fight. The twins have strong defensive abilities." Xia Yin rubbed her short hair in frustration and said, "The 2 nurses are too persistent. If we don't beat them back, we won't be able to win this battle." With a sullen expression, Li Wei said in a deep voice, "Wu Haoyang, Qian Zhuang, and the Insisters are not good breakthroughs." Xia Yin turned to look at Jiang Xiao, who remained silent. "Xiaopi, how do you think we should fight?" Jiang Xiao held onto the information sheet and looked at Yuyu's and looming star techniques, as if he had seen what a real healer should look like. Xia Yin leaned over and said, feeling a little upset, "I'm afraid your blessing is going to be weakened this time." Jiang Xiao asked, "Huh?" Xia Yin stretched out her long and slender index finger and clicked on a star technique on a looming star technique list. Purification Scepter. Dispel the negative state of the target within a certain range. Jiang Xiao smiled and hooked his finger at Xia Yin. "Huh?" Xia Yin leaned forward and leaned her head over curiously. Jiang Xiao placed his hands on Xia Yin's head and shook it left and right. "Did you hear that?" Xia Yin felt a little dizzy and asked impatiently, "What?" Jiang Xiao said, "The sound of water." Xia Yin was dumbfounded. Jiang Xiao smiled and said, "My blessing is not a negative state. It's different from all other control-type star techniques. I'm healing others. You guys feel dizzy because it's comfortable, not because of nausea and vomiting." "Oh." Xia Yin blinked and nodded, seemingly deep in thought. A few seconds later, Xia Yin suddenly pressed her hand against Jiang Zhao's head and shook it left and right forcefully. She questioned fiercely, "Did you just say that I'm stupid?" Li Wei ignored the 2 elementary school students and said, "The star techniques of these 2 girls are really ridiculously powerful. With them around, Wu Haoyang is basically invincible. Besides, we don't seem to have the ability to kill Wu Haoyang in one blow." Han Jiangshue's Sky Smasher. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door suddenly made everyone fall silent. Li Wei got up and walked towards the door. Through the peephole, he saw a familiar figure. "Teacher, hi," Li Wei said with a hint of surprise in his tone when he opened the door. "I heard that you guys did well in the competition, so I came to see you." Hai Tianqing walked in smilingly and happened to see Xia Yin pressing Jiang Zhao's head against the table. The corners of Hai Tianqing's mouth twitched awkwardly. Hai Tianqing, what are you doing here? Xia Yin asked as she let go of Jiang Zhao and looked at him curiously. Didn't I already explain? Hai Tianqing shrugged and said, I heard that you guys are going against Xindon Creek High School number 11 in the next round. How is it? Are you confident? Xia Yin was speechless. Hai Tianqing raised his eyebrows and looked at Han Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue simply looked at the information sheet of the enemy members silently and ignored Hai Tianqing. Hai Tianqing adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and said, Let's go, I'll treat you guys to a good meal. Xia Yin was speechless. Han Jiangxue said, I'm not going. Li Wei said apologetically, Teacher, we're going to compete tomorrow. It's better for us to study the other team. Hai Tianqing smiled and said, I'm just here to give you some pointers. Let's go. Hai Tianqing then opened the door and gestured for them to leave. Everyone looked at each other, and Han Jiangxue finally looked up at Hai Tianqing. She asked coldly, Really? Hai Tianqing's face turned sullen, and he said, I'm your teacher. Okay. Han Jiangxue finally stood up. Since the commander agreed, the rest of the team followed her out of the room. To everyone's surprise, they heard a crisp sound as soon as they opened the door of the hotel. Pa! The crisp sound made everyone freeze in shock. Under the pitch-black night sky, under the dim yellow street lights in this cold winter, not far from the entrance of the hotel, there were two figures, a man and a woman, standing by the side of the street. When they heard the crisp sound, they looked over, only to be even more astonished. The boy who had been slapped and was covering his face turned out to be Gao Junwei. Gao Junwei's body was trembling slightly, but it was unknown if he was trembling out of fear or anger. He covered his red and swollen face with one hand and hung his head low while gritting his teeth without making a sound. Standing in front of him was the figure of a woman. Due to the angle, people could only see her silhouette. She was shorter than Gao Junwei by half a head and had a voluptuous figure. She had short black hair. Jiang Zhao only saw half of her face, but it was enough for him to see what it meant to be cold and domineering. The woman clearly sensed that someone had come out of the hotel. Perhaps because she wanted to protect Gao Junwei's pride, she lowered her hand and didn't slap him again. Gao Junwei also hung his head low, with traces of blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. He could tell that the woman had slapped him hard. Xiaopi, keep up, Han Jiangxue said all of a sudden. It turned out that Jiang Zhao was a little distracted by Gao Junwei's condition. His teammates had already taken a few steps forward, so Han Jiangxue called out to him. Gao Junwei clearly recognized Han Jiangxue's voice and subconsciously shuddered. Gao Junwei didn't know if it was because he had a mental illness, but judging from the current situation, he had really been traumatized by Han Jiangxue. Gao Junwei's reaction was seen by the woman in front of him, and she immediately flew into a rage. She raised her hand and slapped him again. Smack! Look at how cowardly you are. The more she spoke, the more infuriated she became. She kicked Gao Junwei's thigh and made him fall to the ground. Are you afraid because you heard my voice? You good for nothing. You're a disgrace to me. Gao Junwei scrambled to his feet. Compared to his usual arrogance, he was really like a weak and obedient child at this moment. The woman turned around and looked at the team from Jiangbin High School with a menacing gaze. To be exact, she was looking at Han Jiangxue. Her eyes were as sharp as knives as she stared intently at Han Jiangxue's figure. Han Jiangxue froze in her tracks and felt a cold, murderous intent that made her feel like she had fallen into an ice cave. Jiang Zhao suddenly reached out and grabbed Han Jiangxue's hand. What do you want to eat? Skewers or hot pot? Han Jiangxue pursed her lips and held Jiang Zhao's hand tightly. Feeling the rare warmth, she said softly, I'll listen to you. Chapter 214. Alliance Masters Updates, June 10th. Beijing TV Station. Beijing TV Station. You are now watching the finals of the 2016 Beijing Provincial High School League. I'm the host, Sui Bien, and sitting beside me is our special guest, Jian Shankai. Hello, Teacher Jian. The host looked at the new special guest beside him. Jian Shankai put on a professional smile and exclaimed, the students this cohort are really impressive. Jiang Xiao once again opened his internal star map and fixed his gaze on the Xia family swordsmanship. At this moment, the Xia family swordsmanship was silver quality level 8, and Jiang Xiao had obtained some skill points after this stage of the competition. 5 points for the first place in the preliminary round, 5 points for the top 8 in the semifinals, and 5 points for the top 4. Together with the 15 skill points that Jiang Xiao used to have, he now had 30 skill points. The provincial league was different from the competition in his high school. During the military training in school, each victory would only give him 1 skill point, but here, each victory would give him 5 skill points. Those skill points were enough to upgrade the Xia family swordsmanship to gold quality. Jiang Xiao touched his back and gripped the handle of the sword on his shoulder tightly. According to the plan that Hai Tianqing gave him last night, Jiang Xiao would have to play the role of a melee fighter in this battle. All of a sudden, a hand reached over and covered Jiang Xiao's hand, which was holding onto the wooden handle. Why? Are you nervous about fighting Wu Haoying? While speaking, she squeezed Jiang Xiao's hand gently. Jiang Xiao turned around to see Xia Yin teasing him. Xia Yin smiled and comforted him. What are you afraid of? Even if the sky collapses, there'll always be someone taller than me. Speaking of which, you've grown really fast. Jiang Xiao looked at the carefree husky with envy. Apart from everything else, her mentality was really good. Jiang Xiao wondered, since she has such a good mentality, should I provoke her more? I'll let her see how exquisite the Xia family swordsmanship can be. Judging from her reaction in the train compartment that night, he could tell that she did have some reservations about Jiang Xiao's attainments in swordsmanship. However, she adjusted her mentality well and admitted that she had surpassed him. However, she would never realize that if Jiang Xiao were to use another 20 skill points at this moment, he would be able to beat her to a pulp with his swordsmanship. There was no doubt that a gold grade sword technique would be 100 times stronger and more exquisite than a silver grade sword technique. It's time for the two of you. Han Jiangshue's voice sounded, and the two of them snapped back to their senses. They took a deep breath and followed the team out of the tunnel. The sky was still hazy, and the stadium was still lively. Apparently, Chiching No. 1 High School had warmed up the place quite well. Just now, Chiching No. 1 High School and Jiaching No. 1 High School had fought for the 3rd place on this field. In the end, the Act Tough King had won by a notch. Humming a little tune, he left the field in satisfaction. According to the reward rules given by the officials, the runner-up would be rewarded with 1 gold quality star bead and 3 silver quality star beads. The runner-up would receive 2 gold quality star beads and 2 silver quality star beads as rewards. For the champion, each of the 4 contestants would receive a gold quality star bead. Be it gold quality or silver quality, the star beads that were rewarded for the competition would all be rare star beads that could not be bought in the market. As soon as he heard that they were rare, Jiang Zhao's interest was reduced by half. After all, he liked large quantities. Of course, if it was a spatial star bead, Jiang Xiao would not hesitate to absorb it. Jiang Xiao, who was daydreaming, walked into the football field step by step. On the opposite side, the team members of Xindon Creek High School No. 11 also walked up. The opposing team got into a 1-2-1 formation, with Wu Haoyang taking the lead and standing in front of the team. He pointed his long sword at the team from Jiangbin High School and hollered, "The famous Han Jiangxue, 30 star slots, a genius. Unfortunately, you're not a melee fighter, so it's less fun." "Hey kid." Xiaoyan suddenly pulled out the huge sword from behind her and pointed it at Wu Haoyang with one hand. She hollered, "Find your target." Wu Haoyang froze for a moment, and immediately afterwards, his eyes lit up and he stared at Xia Yin with a glint in his eyes. No one would think that Wu Haoyang had any improper thoughts about Xia Yin. Even a fool could tell that Wu Haoyang was full of fighting spirit. "Xia Yin, 28 star slots," Wu Haoyang said while gripping his sword tightly. "I hope you can last 2 rounds against me." Xia Yin licked her lips and said in a sexy and wild voice, "The last person who was as arrogant as you was sent to the hospital by me." Xindon Creek High School number 11 was in a 1-2-1 formation, and behind Wu Haoyang were two girls with bun hair. Unlooming said, "Oh, poor little icicle. He only has 9-star slots," and was ignored by Haoyang. And Yu Yu smiled and said, "It's good that he was ignored. A doctor insisted on getting a knife for himself. If Haoyang really goes to fight him, little icicle will be beaten black and blue." Down, down, down. At the end of the line, Qian Zhuang stretched out his palm and raised his round face slightly to look at the snowflakes that were falling from the sky. The light snow just now turned into heavy snow in the blink of an eye. Besides, there was no strong wind today, and the snow was falling slowly like goose feathers. The snow was really beautiful. The team from Zhongbin High School was in a 2-1-1 formation. Li Wei and Xia Yin stood side by side at the front, while Jiang Xiao stood in the middle and Han Jiangxue stood at the back. The small adjustment in their positions showed the change in the tactics of the team from Zhongbin High School. Jiang Xiao tilted his head and looked into the distance to look at Qian Zhuang, who was looking up at the snow. He suddenly felt that Qian Zhuang might have been possessed by the king of acting tough. "What's this?" Looking up, raising his eyes, and spreading his palms, Jiang Xiao was afraid that he would say something pretentious again. Of course, it was rather difficult for Qian Zhuang to say a complete sentence. Down, 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 down. Qian Zhuang finally managed to speak. The referee seemed to be a little obsessive-compulsive. Since Qian Zhuang couldn't finish speaking, he kept staring at Qian Zhuang without blowing the whistle. As soon as Qian Zhuang finished speaking, the referee clenched his fists and exclaimed, "You succeeded. You finally succeeded." Seeing that the bank was about to speak again, the referee hurriedly blew the whistle. Beep, beep, beep. The two teams were ready to fight. Whoosh! Unlike the previous few competitions, the students lit up their star slots when a whistle sounded in this crucial final. Wow, oh my God, I used to see the gods on television. I've finally seen them with my own eyes today. There are so many star slots. These star maps are so beautiful. A series of exclamations filled the stadium. Jiang Xiao had been in the team for a long time and felt that it was normal to have 20 to 30 star slots. However, in fact, geniuses like Han Jiangxue were really rare. Han Jiangxue's White Flame star map had 30 star slots, which was astonishing. On the opposite side, Qian Zhuang's Snowflake star map was also abnormally exquisite and had a total of 24 star slots that were flickering. What was even more pleasing to the eyes was that in Yu Yu and in Looming, the two girls with bun hair, each had a deer star map on them. Unlike second last blurry animal star map, the two girls' star maps were relatively more exquisite, mainly because the antlers were clearer. So, what does deer have to do with medical awakened? Why does a deer have the potential to be a medical awakened? Wu Haoyang's Green Dragon Crescent Moon Sword star map and Xia Yan's double-handed sword star map were confronting each other, each more domineering than the other. Long sword versus giant sword. 25 star slots vs 28 star slots. The majestic Wu Haoyang and the heroic Xia Yin were all tensed up and ready to fight. Their eyes were locked on each other. A tit for tat, such a scene, just looking at it was enough to make one's blood boil. Li Wei and Jiang Xiao were the only ones who hadn't lit up their star maps. Li Wei was calm and composed. He didn't like fancy things and thought that practicality was the most important. As a shield warrior, there was no need for him to light up his star map at this stage. Jiang Xiao couldn't, but he didn't have the face to. The referee raised the flag high and slammed it down abruptly. The competition began. Whoosh! At the instant that the referee's flag fell, several vines emerged from the feet of the four members of Xindon Creek High School number 11 and tied their ankles tightly. Wu Haoyang was the most dangerous one. Just now, Han Jiangxue raised her right hand and Wu Haoyang flew up. When he was about 10 centimeters above the ground, the vines that emerged from his feet dragged his body back. Wu Haoyang did not idle around either. The speed at which he used his star techniques was not slower than Han Jiangxue's. He swung his sword at the start of the battle and a gust of wind swept out. Together with the heavy snowflakes, the wind and snow intertwined. The two of them attacked almost at the same time. Han Jiangxue was considered a point control, while Wu Haoyang was a group control. The wind was indeed a little too strong. Although it did not blow the students of Jiangbin High School into a mess, it did make the students of Jiangbin High School raise their hands to cover their eyes. In the beginning, Li Wei just thought that it was Wu Haoyang's Wind Series star technique that would stop after a few seconds. But he had miscalculated. It turned out that Jiangbin High School had miscalculated. Ever since the wind started blowing, it never stopped. At the rear of the Xindan Creek High School number 11 team, Qian Zhuang took over the field control. With the time and output environment that Wu Haoyang had created for him, Qian Zhuang clenched his right fist and raised it high. Silver Quality Star Technique, Snowstorm. Snowstorm. Condense star power and combine it with natural snow to create a huge snowstorm in a specific area. The heavy snowflakes drifting quietly in the sky seemed to have a target as they gathered towards the stadium. Slowly, the entire football field was filled with a blizzard. The snowflakes that were originally as soft as goose feathers became as sharp as small blades, cutting into the faces of the students. Strong wind? It was all right, it couldn't blow the students from Jiangbin High School away. At most, it would affect their movements. However, the snowstorm was getting bigger and bigger, and it had already seriously affected the students' vision. In the snowstorm that had extremely low visibility, Wu Haoyang smirked and closed his eyes while holding onto his crescent sword. He then walked forward step by step. Please remember the domain name of this book. Apex. Chapter 215. Su Ro's live stream was already filled with bewilderment. What happened? There's a snowstorm in the stadium, but why is there only the stadium? Why is there nothing wrong with the stands? What's going on? Where's your horse? Yes, silly streamer, what's going on? I spent my time watching the competition, but you're telling me to watch the snow? If you want to watch, get lost if you don't. Goddess Shui and the others have obviously been tricked. Xindan Creek High School number 11 pretended to be fighting to the death and went all out. They even lit up their star maps, but the rules awakened came with a snowstorm. You can't say that. The few people from Xindan Creek High School have to light up their star maps. For example, Wu Haoyang has to do his best to cast his star map quickly. If he doesn't light up his star map, he won't be able to get the upper hand at all. Even if he does, he feels like he's still a little slower than Han Jiangxue. No, that's your illusion. Wu Haoyang and Goddess Shui cast their star techniques at the same time. Su Ro looked at the computer screen with a worried expression. Judging from the situation, Xindan Creek High School number 11 is clearly prepared and has already formulated a battle plan. I believe Xindan Creek High School has a battle plan too, but it seems that we've gone bankrupt. Far away in Red Sun Stadium in Zhongqing County, the audience in the stands was also in an uproar, and they were discussing incessantly. The host didn't know what to say either. After all, they couldn't see the situation on the field clearly. Besides, although the football field was the hardest hit by the snowstorm, the stadium was also affected. The strong winds caused the temperature to plummet. Such a scene would probably only happen during the winter in the north. If it were in the south or an indoor competition, Qian Zhuang's ability to control the field would plummet. Of course, it was useless to say that now. There were no ifs in this world. At this moment, Qian Zhuang was able to do all that in the snowy outdoor stadium. The two girls broke free from the vines under their feet, held each other's arms, and retreated step by step. Although the wind was strong and the visibility was low, they could still see the people a few meters away. Relying on their memories, the sisters retreated to Qian Zhuang's side. Unluming's body flickered with a golden light, and an illusory scepter appeared in her small hand, which she then inserted into the ground. Unluming was shivering from the cold. After inserting a scepter into the ground, she could not help but burrow into her sister in Yu Yu's arms. She buried her face in Yu Yu's shoulder like an ostrich. Unfortunately, the twin sisters were exactly the same height, and Yu Yu, who was also 162 centimeters tall, could not provide more warmth and protection to Unluming. Gold Quality Star Technique Gray-White Scepter. gray-white scepter. Create a scepter with star power and restore star power within a certain range. The duration of the scepter's effect is determined by the user's star power. His sister, and Yu, was not idle either. A deer-shaped star map appeared on her body, and a silver star slot flickered slightly. In the next moment, a black line was thrown out of her hand and connected to Qian Zhuang's body. Silver quality star technique countercurrent light. Countercurrent light throws out a continuous beam of light that shares vitality and star power with a connected target. Feeling the light connecting to his body, Qian Zhuang calmed down. Although the star technique was known to share vitality and star power, it was a silver quality star technique, after all. Hence, it was not as powerful as imagined. For example, let's quantify star power. Let's say that Qian Zhuang and Yu each have 100 points of star power, and the two of them are connected by countercurrent light. When Qian Zhuang used his star technique, he consumed 20 points of star power and was left with 80 points of star power. In that case, Yu's 100 points of star power would slowly flow to Qian Zhuang until both of them had 90 points of star power. It was not after the two of them were connected to countercurrent light, and when Qian Zhuang used his star technique, that both of them reduced their total star power at the same time. Qian Zhuang's star power continued to decrease, and Yu's star power flowed to Qian Zhuang's body to support him. The sharing of vitality and astral power was a process that required time to adjust. Now, Qian Zhuang's star power was constantly decreasing as he maintained blizzard. Ever since Yu connected to his body with countercurrent light, the star power in the girl's body continuously surged towards Qian Zhuang, which made him heave a sigh of relief. The truly powerful star technique was in Luming's gray-white scepter. The illusory scepter had been stuck in the ground beside the three of them, continuously restoring their star power. Without a doubt, with the help of the gray-white scepter and countercurrent light, Qian Zhuang's blizzard could last longer. Why did the blizzard last for so long? It was for the sake of buying more time and more opportunities for Wu Haoyang. If they were to fight for real, both Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue would be too domineering. Besides, Han Jiangxue even had her trump card, the Sky Smasher. The star technique that shouldn't have appeared in the nebula stage had indeed disrupted the balance of the competition. Not to mention this kind of competition, Han Jiangxue had also killed several mercenaries in the galaxy stage with Sky Smasher when they were attacked in the snowfield previously. Previously, people thought that the Sky Smasher was too dangerous and Han Jiangxue wouldn't use it against humans. However, during the previous match, Han Jiangxue directly locked Gao Junwei in the Sky Smasher, which made everyone shudder in fear. Xindan Creek High School No. 11 had realized how powerful Han Jiangxue was, so they came up with such a plan. In the midst of the blizzard, the students found it difficult to breathe and had no choice but to cover their bodies with star power. On one hand, they wanted to keep themselves warm, and on the other hand, they wanted to breathe smoothly. However, the visibility was simply too low. None of the four of them had a way to improve the environment. Jiang Xiao wished he could turn into a frog. He wanted to clear the sky and give Qian Zhuang some sun flames. In order to return to normal, he still had to deal with Qian Zhuang. The problem was that the four of them could only roughly know each other's positions. After all, they had already stood in formation before the competition, but the four of them couldn't even communicate with each other. "Who is it?" Xia Yin hollered while holding the giant sword in front of her. She looked around warily and said, "Be careful, Li Wei." Li Wei? Xia Yin got a great shock, and only then did she realize that her teammates behind her had disappeared. "Li Wei?" Xia Yin yelled, but she didn't receive any response. In this violent snowstorm, all sounds and figures were drowned out. She couldn't see anyone, hear their footsteps, or hear the sound of weapons being brandished. This was the first time Xia Yin felt a sense of helplessness. What was even more terrifying was that she had already forgotten her bearings while looking around blankly. Damn it, Wu Haoyang has the star technique perception. Perception, as the name suggested, enhanced the five senses. Besides, Wu Haoyang's star technique perception was not from the brass-quality dog-headed walker under the stars level 1. Instead, it was from the silver-quality ghost tiger under the stars level 3. In this snowstorm, everyone except Wu Haoyang became deaf and blind. What should I do? What should I do? Li Wei suddenly disappeared, and Xia Yan was at a loss for what to do. The other two members of the team, Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue, met each other on the way. As the blizzard got stronger and stronger, Jiang Xiao, who was standing in the middle of the team, subconsciously walked backward. Han Jiangxue, who was at the end of the team, also subconsciously walked forward. When Han Jiangxue covered her mouth and nose, squinted her eyes, and saw the vague figure in front of her, she immediately felt relieved. "What should I do?" Jiang Xiao yelled, only to have his mouth filled with snow. The howling wind drowned out his voice, and he couldn't help but get closer. He yelled, "Let's go to the enemy's side and catch them while we still remember the direction in front and behind us." Han Jiangxue grabbed Jiang Zhao's arm with her right hand and whispered into his ear, "Hold your sword." Jiang Xiao frantically nodded, only to see a golden flame whip slowly emerging from Han Jiangxue's left palm. However, the whip was immediately extinguished by the wind and snow. Han Jiangxue clenched her left fist and increased the amount of star power she released, after which a golden flame torch whip emerged and coiled around her feet stubbornly like its owner. Han Jiangxue swung the whip and flung it out forcefully. From left to right, it seemed like she was going to sweep the entire battlefield. The flame torch whip was so impressive. Jiang Zhao's scalp turned numb. Jiang Xiao suddenly felt like he had won the lottery and wondered what Han Jiangxue would be able to catch in the snowstorm. Jiang Xiao gripped the giant sword tightly, feeling rather perturbed. Regardless of whether it was a member of his team or an enemy team, Jiang Xiao would be able to accept it. However, what if the referee is caught? Will he be kicked out of the arena? What if your whip goes too far and the spectators in the stands are swept back? What if the whip breaks through the snowstorm and rushes out of the screen of the mobile phone and captures the guy who's looking at the mobile phone? Should I stab him or heal him? Chapter 2:16. Boom! The wooden green dragon crescent blade collided with the pitch-black shield, producing a loud sound. The sounds of the intense battle were drowned out by the wind and snow, which sounded like the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves, making one shudder in fear. Li Wei squinted and tried his best to bear with the wind and snow. On the other hand, Wu Haoyang, who was opposite him, had his eyes completely closed and was brandishing his sword vigorously. Wu Haoyang not only controlled the rhythm of the battle, but he also made full use of his home ground advantage. Li Wei was forced to retreat and tried his best, but he really couldn't resist Wu Haoyang's attacks. This damned Wu Haoyang. Every time he slashed, there would be a strong gust of wind that could push Li Wei back several meters. Li Wei knew what Wu Haoyang was planning to do, but he didn't have a good way to resist. Green glow, scorch, flame arc, even bursting flames. Li Wei used everything he had learned in his life, but he couldn't get any effective response in the snowstorm. Wu Haoyang's figure was like a ghost, appearing and disappearing in the snowstorm at a terrifying speed. However, his attacks were too powerful, making Li Wei feel miserable. At this moment, Li Wei would be lucky to be able to defend against Wu Haoyang's attacks. Li Wei couldn't even open his eyes. Huff! With a swing of his sword, Li Wei's body was sent flying. Why is Wu Haoyang so powerful this time? Why am I being blown so far away? Why Li Wei's body slammed heavily onto the bench at the side of the field, and he finally knew why his attack was different from the others. Li Wei waved his hands in frustration because he had been sent flying by the slashes again and again. He had lost the right to compete. Wu Haoyang was rather satisfied with his performance, but at the next moment, he suddenly froze. Even though he had silver quality perception, he was still a little unsure if his senses were correct in such a harsh environment. Is it the ancestors? In the middle of the field of Jiangbin High School, Han Jiangxue was holding onto the flame torch whip, which was burning stubbornly in the snowstorm. Under her control, she dragged it backward forcefully. Half a minute ago, when Wu Haoyang sent Li Wei flying with his sword, something interesting happened on the other side of the battlefield. Enluming was curled up beside Yu Yu, putting on blessing to warm herself up. She was prepared to insert a grayish-white scepter later to restore star power for her teammates. However, she did not expect that she would suddenly feel something tighten around her waist. A flaming whip appeared out of nowhere and was directly tied to her body. To be exact, it was tied to the two sisters. The two girls with bun hair, who were trying to keep warm, suddenly felt the warmth around their waists. Not only that, but their waistbands were almost burnt off. Other than the burning spot on his waist, the rest of his body was ice cold. This was not a good feeling. The two of them tried their best to cut off the whip, but there was nothing they could do. They could only ask Qian Zhuang for help. Enluming had just opened her mouth to call for help when she felt her body tilt and the two sisters were dragged forward. Qian Zhuang also did not have a star technique of perception. He was also one of the blind and deaf, people who could not see or hear anything more than 3 meters away. Qian Zhuang had already closed his eyes and was focused on casting his star technique. Qian Zhuang really didn't expect that they would be in danger in the base camp, which was covered in snow and wind. He seemed to have heard Enluming shouts. Just as he squinted his eyes and tried to look at Enluming, he realized that the two sisters had already disappeared. Although the two balls had disappeared, the countercurrent light on his body was still there. The dark light was still there. Qian Zhuang hurriedly followed the map. Before he could take 2 steps in the wind and snow, the countercurrent light was also broken. Qian Zhuang was dumbfounded. What's going on? This is just a star technique that controls the environment in the area. There's no additional star technique that can summon snow monsters. Where are they? Playing hide and seek? That can't be. Although Enluming likes to play, and Yu Yu is more reliable. Besides, in such an extremely harsh environment, even men would feel frightened and panicked, let alone girls. The two of them could only stay by his side to boost their courage and keep themselves warm. It's impossible for them to go out. Where did you two go? I'm a little scared too. All of a sudden, Qian Zhuang was confused and his shouts were drowned out by the snowstorm. He didn't know if he should continue to release the snowstorm. Qian Zhuang fell into a state of hesitation while Han Jiangxue, who was holding the whip in one hand, felt the struggle and resistance coming from the flame torch whip. In Jiang Zhao's vision, the whip was drowned in the snowstorm a few meters away. Of course, he had no idea what was tied to the end of the whip. Han Jiangxue let go of Jiang Zhao's arm with her right hand and condensed another flame torch whip. This time, she did not sweep it horizontally across the entire place. Instead, she swung it out. Jiang Zhao pulled out the giant sword and placed it in front of him, waiting for the prize to be announced. Please, please, give me a long-legged beauty. By the way, I don't want Xia Yan. Plop. Han Jiangxue sat down in the snow while the flame torch whip that was straightened in her hand fell onto the ground softly. The whip broke? Damn it. If you don't want to give me a beauty, so be it. Why did you have to cut my little Jiangxue's whip? I want Xia Yan, all right? Halfway through, Wu Haoyang swung his sword and cut off the flame torch whip, saving the two sisters by a hair's breadth. The sisters hugged each other and rolled several times in the snow. Due to inertia, Wu Haoyang hurriedly stepped forward, only to discover that the snowstorm was gradually dissipating. Once the gale stopped and the snowflakes stopped flying around, the visibility naturally increased. As the environment on the football field improved, the scene gradually became clearer. All of a sudden, there was an uproar. Xiaoyan got a great shock and stopped in her tracks abruptly. The border is actually a few meters away. She thought that she should be in her own half of the field. How did she end up in the enemy's half? Why isn't Li Wei on the field? Where did he go? Is that Qian Zhuang? Continue. Qian Zhuang. Continue. Wu Haoyang hollered. Qian Zhuang found the sisters and felt relieved. Why did they run to the middle of the field? What happened? Qian Zhuang was confused. After hearing Wu Haoyang's roar, he frantically tried to use Snowstorm again. Qian Zhuang. Han Jiangxue shouted out Qian Zhuang's name and added Barren Wind. Qian Zhuang felt a gust of wind sweeping across and almost sweeping him into the sky. However, his ankles were bound tightly by vines, and he didn't give Han Jiangxue any chance at all. Xia Yan, who was in the enemy's half of the field, hurriedly turned around and swung her giant sword at Qian Zhuang. She turned around and dashed towards Qian Zhuang. At this moment, everyone couldn't be bothered with any tactics and could only adapt to the situation. Qian Zhuang didn't intend to take action at all. Clearly, compared to the flame arc, he felt that Barren Wind was more threatening. Hence, his feet were still bound by vines, and he was quickly condensing an ice shield in his hand. Huff! Under the holy light, which young man was singing a low voice? Qian Zhuang hummed and sang the melody. I can't let snowstorms start again. Jiang Shao raised his right hand high, and a series of blessings poured down. Qian Zhuang felt dizzy and his eyes were in a daze. He couldn't form the ice shield, but Xia Yan's flame arc came as scheduled. Rumble! A phantom appeared as scheduled, and as Xia Yan charged towards them with her sword, the light of blessing vanished without a trace. Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue were blown backward, and the world spun around them. Jiang Shao couldn't cast any blessing at all. Wu Haoyang raised his sword, and the wind howled. He actually ignored the others and dashed towards Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue, who were spinning and falling from the sky. Han Jiangxue tried her best to control her body with Barren Wind, but Wu Haoyang seized the opportunity and didn't let it go. Under Wu Haoyang's relentless pursuit, her body couldn't be stabilized at all, and she was blown out of the field by the strong wind. Han Jiangxue was infuriated and decided to go all out. She spun around and finally found an opportunity to blow Wu Haoyang away. The two of them were really going at it. Even though they were in the air, they were still trying their best to interfere with each other, even though they were already dizzy and couldn't tell which direction was up, which was up, left, right, east, and west. However, the problem was that due to their geographical location, Han Jiangxue would probably fall out of the field first. Han Jiangxue swung the Barren Wind in one hand and the long whip in the other, after which the golden flame torch whip bit Wu Haoyang forcefully. She tried to use the long whip to tie Wu Haoyang's body and throw him out of the field in order to make up for the difference in their geographical location. Wu Haoyang's body also tumbled in the air without any pattern, but he didn't panic at all. The flame torch whip was torn apart wherever the sword passed. Do you want to perish together? Dream on. Wu Haoyang swung his sword and a gust of wind swept past. Han Jiangxue had met her match this time. The two of them completely gave up on defense and tried to find each other's figures while blowing each other out of the field. Plop! Jiang Shao, who had been neglected, fell headfirst into the snow and wiped his face forcefully. The cold snow made him sober up, but he heard the exclamations of the crowd. Jiang Shao hurriedly turned around to look, only to see Han Jiangxue and Wu Haoyang in the air. The two of them were actually being blown out of the football field while restraining each other. Jiang Shao panicked, and as soon as he got up, he flew into the air. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. At the next moment, Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses and thought to himself, usually I would watch Han Jiangxue control Xia Yan and Li Wei to fight against the enemy. It's finally my turn now. Plop! Han Jiangxue landed heavily on the plastic track outside the football field. She looked a little disheveled under the restraint of Wu Haoyang and rolled a few times on the track before she finally managed to control her body. Beep! Beep! The whistle sounded. The referee, who was hiding in the host's seat, hurriedly blew the whistle and said, Han Jiangxue is disqualified. Bang! Wu Haoyang's heavy body landed heavily on the green field. Due to inertia and the slippery grass, his body slid forward for about 3 to 4 meters. Wu Haoyang's body finally came to a stop when he saw the boundary line in front of him. What a marvelous skill! Miraculous! Wu Haoyang actually managed to stand firm. He's standing just a few steps away from the boundary. Wu Haoyang won. Although it was just a few steps away, Wu Haoyang was in the field, while Han Jiangxue was outside. Wow, damn it. Oh, my little heart. They're getting more and more unrestrained. Are they just playing with my heart? Amidst the exclamations of the audience, Wu Haoyang raised his head proudly and looked at Han Jiangxue, who was on the plastic track. A genius with 30 star slots. The space-shattering snow goddess that everyone's expression changed upon hearing about. In the end, didn't I still defeat her? Powerhouses don't bother to find excuses. You've lost. You've lost. Wu Haoyang's proud expression did not even last for half a second before he felt his head stiffen and his body tremble slightly. The light of blessing came as expected. At the next moment, a black hand touched his waist. To be precise, little black poked him in the waist. Wu Haoyang darted out with a whoosh. The toxic healer arrived, and green glow attacked. Eh. Wu Haoyang leaned forward with his upper body leaning back. He did not want to rush forward, but he could not stop at all. Just like that, Wu Haoyang yelled. He straightened his back. He ran out of the end line of the football field. Chapter 217. Alliance Masters Updates July 10th. Asterisk. Huh. At this moment, Wu Haoyang was in a mess and had completely turned into a repeater as he ran. 8 meters away, Wu Haoyang felt that the huge force in his waist had disappeared without a trace. He leaned back and slowed down step by step. After running for a few more steps, he finally stopped and straightened his back. Han Jiangxue's expressionless face was right in front of Wu Haoyang. Wu Haoyang's face turned red. He was still full of pride just now, but he didn't expect to be pushed out in the next second. Who is it? What kind of strange star technique is this? He only poked me gently, but he actually managed to push me more than 10 meters away? Wu Haoyang turned around, only to see that Jiang Zhao's figure had replaced his previous position. It's actually him. It's actually this doctor. It turned out to be the toxic healer who didn't dare to confront me head-on in the snowfield, and instead lied and fled. Wu Haoyang looked at Jiang Zhao and then at the border not far away. He was so infuriated that he fell onto the ground and punched the ground forcefully with his fists. He gritted his teeth in hatred and exclaimed in aggrievement, "Ah!" Wu Haoyang's star power reserves were still sufficient, and he barely suffered any injuries. In short, he could still fight for another 300 rounds. He had a body full of martial arts skills, but there was nowhere for him to use them. Everyone witnessed the scene, and the entire Red Sun Stadium was in an uproar. Everyone knew what level Wu Haoyang was at. Even if they had never seen Wu Haoyang in the preliminary round, Wu Haoyang had always been the one with the best martial arts skills since the top 8. He had always fought head-on. He had always won head-on. He had won fair and square, and he had won openly and honestly. Today, Wu Haoyang encountered the legendary goddess Shui. Even in the field of rules, Wu Haoyang was superior. The two of them competed in the air with their Wind Series star techniques. The flame whip and long sword clashed with each other, but there was no doubt that Wu Haoyang won. He didn't expect to be plotted against by a villain. The detestable black hand poked forward gently. Our indomitable great hero was actually pushed out of the border. Suro's live streaming channel was also in an uproar. The bullet screen flooded in like a tidal wave. 6666666. I'm dying of laughter, huh? F***CK. Is this kid poisonous? I'll accept it if you punch me or kick me. What the hell do you mean by stabbing me? Despicable kidney attacker. Haha, I'm so happy. He's supposed to be a medic who's supposed to heal the wounded and rescue the dying. But he's turned into a backstabbing old bastard. Xiaopi, I'm Big Sister's fan. Don't stab him, stab me instead. In the Red Sun Stadium, Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Zhao and pointed to the distance with her chin, gesturing in the direction of the stadium. Jiang Zhao pursed his lips and thought, little Jiangxue is really cold. She didn't praise me at all. Although he was complaining in his heart, Jiang Zhao still turned around obediently and looked at the arena. In the middle of the field, The insisters were standing there with a look of astonishment on their faces. At the bottom line of the enemy's half of the field, Jiang Shao saw Qian Zhuang being carried out on a stretcher. Did Xia Yin seize the opportunity to get rid of Qian Zhuang? In front of the bottom line of the opposite half of the field, Xia Yin held on to her giant sword and turned to look at the center of the field. This battle was truly unpredictable and hard to predict. The snowstorm disrupted everyone's rhythm, causing the countless spectators to be dumbfounded. When the snowstorm dissipated, the several confrontations within a short period of time fully demonstrated the students' ability to adapt to the situation. The two generals each displayed their remarkable abilities and suffered almost no damage. However, both of them were eliminated. When everyone snapped back to their senses on the field, there were only 2 nurses, a doctor, and a butcher left. Hence, the problem was 2 medical awakened vs 1 medical plus 1 melee. Who had a higher chance of winning? Xia Yin tilted her head to the left and right, making crisp sounds of bones cracking. Staring at the 2 girls who were panicking, Xia Yin smirked wantonly and walked towards the middle of the field with the giant sword in hand. Jiang Shao also strode back, picked up the wooden giant sword that was scattered on the ground, and walked towards the middle of the field. While walking, he thought about how he should fight the battle. Although the opponents were 2 nurses, who knew if they were the kind of muscular women who looked skinny when they were dressed, but had 8-pack abs when they were undressed? What if they were hiding their strength? Of course, Jiang Shao and the others had seen the list of the insisters' star techniques before the match, and also studied the characteristics of the insisters during the competition. The 2 of them seemed to be purely supporting personnel. Although they did not miss a single lesson in freehand combat, they would indeed be doomed if they were to fight with real melee fighters. Seeing that the enemy was approaching, the 2 girls looked at each other. Unlooming stomped her feet anxiously and asked, "What should we do, sis?" "They're coming. What are you afraid of? Our endurance is 100 times better than theirs." And Yu and Unlooming stood back to back and watched as the enemy rushed towards them. "It'd be great if we can drag it out until the end of the competition. We have a lot of eye-catching maneuvers, and we'll get bonus points from the referee." Unlooming said, "Half an hour." "Don't joke with me." And Yu clenched her fists and continued to cheer for her sister. "The competition has been going on for a long time. Defend well. When they trigger the effect of resentment, we'll kill them both in one blow." Unlooming looked at the phantom that was flying towards them and stared at Xia Yan's menacing gaze. She said in a sobbing tone, "Her gaze is so scary." "Hey, don't cry." All of a sudden, Zhang Zhao's voice resounded throughout the hall. "I can't stand girls crying. I feel like laughing when they cry." And Yu was speechless. Unlooming was speechless. While walking, Xia Yin glared at Jiang Shao and turned to look at the insisters. "Surrender." And Yu shook her head vigorously. "Surrender? How can that do?" They had gone through a lot of hardships from the preliminary round to the semifinals. How could they surrender so easily? Although the champion and runner-up would qualify for the National High School League, the bonus points for the college entrance examination were different. The champion would get 10 bonus points for the college entrance examination. The runner-up would only get 5 points. The rewards were different too. The champion would get 4 gold quality star beads. Besides, they were all of superior quality and precious star beads from a high-level dimensional space. The runner-up would only get 2 gold quality star beads and 2 silver quality star beads. Although they were equally precious, the quality would definitely be lower than the champions. Xia Yin looked at Yuyu's determined gaze and nodded silently. Although they were all of the same age, and Yuyu's adorable appearance and cute bun hair did make others feel a little sympathetic. Xia Yin gave them a chance, but they didn't accept it. Without hesitation, Xia Yin held onto the giant sword and swung it. The arena was like a battlefield where victory and defeat would be decided, and even life and death would be decided. The insisters panicked and frantically leaped to the sides. Whoosh! The sharp flame arc blasted through the middle of the 2 of them, and Xia Yan's figure followed the trajectory of the flame arc like a ghost and inserted herself between the 2 girls. Jiang Shao finally rushed to the middle, only to see Unlooming being blasted away. She slid far away on the wet and cold, artificial turf, leaving a long trail behind. Looming. And Yu yelled anxiously while extending her right hand forward. Ring, ring, ring. The crisp and melodious sound of bell rang out, which came from Yu's healing of Looming. Jiang Xiao took the opportunity to put an imprint on himself, after which the leaping medical ray of light turned around and hung on Jiang Xiao's body. My bell has actually fallen into someone else's arms? And Yu couldn't be bothered anymore. She rolled her eyes and connected to Xia Yin, after which she used her star technique, countercurrent light. The dark ray of light connected in Yu and Xia Yin, and its purpose was to destroy both of them. It was to make Xia Yin restrain herself. As long as Xia Yin dared to use a lethal star technique, and Yu would go all out. Xia Yin was stunned for a moment, for she did not expect Yu to make such a choice. She carried the giant sword behind her and walked towards Yu. And Yu looked at Xia Yin warily, and green glow appeared in her hand. However, she did not have any other offensive star techniques. The only thing she could count on was the star technique Enmity. Enmity, brass quality when attacked by the enemy at close range. There is a 1% chance of adding a random, mild negative state to the enemy. And Yu knew that she was being whimsical. Even if there was a 1% chance of triggering it, the enemy would only suffer from a mild negative state. Frostbite, burns, nausea, and even dizziness would be extremely mild. It would be really difficult for Yu to seize the opportunity to counterattack. If she were to be paralyzed, it would be a blessing from God. If it were a warrior like Xia Yin, she might really seize the opportunity to counterattack. However, if she were to get a headache or fever, it would be of no use at all. Xia Yin quickly stepped forward and dodged Yu's 2 punches. Xia Yin was extremely quick and agile as she circled behind Yu and strangled her throat with her right arm. And Yu struggled violently while Xia Yin used her right arm to strangle her throat. She then quickly used her left arm to strangle Yu. Due to her height, Yu couldn't help but kick her legs when she was lifted into the air. Feeling impatient, Xia Yin brought Yu to the ground and knelt on top of her. She then tightened her grip on her arms. As the feeling of suffocation gradually deepened, Yu, who was on the verge of passing out, also lost control of countercurrent light. Of course, if Jiang Xiao hadn't come, Xia Yin wouldn't have dared to use such a technique. Even if Looming was a kitten or puppy, it might bite her if no one was watching. At the side, Looming couldn't help but shiver. She frantically said to Jiang Xiao, "Little icicle, we admit defeat. Hurry and let her go. You're the only one left. You call the shots now." Xia Yin released her arm in a timely manner, while Yu, who was beneath her, had already fainted due to the lack of oxygen. "I admit defeat. I admit defeat," Looming exclaimed frantically. Looking at the look in Xia Yin's eyes, Looming shuddered in fear, as if she had seen a ferocious female butcher. Looming reached out and grabbed the corner of Jiang Zhao's shirt before quickly hiding behind him. Xia Yin was dumbfounded. What's going on? Seeing that Looming had hidden behind Jiang Xiao, both the host and the audience were stunned. Suro was dumbfounded too. Wow, what did I see? Host, you're watching a large-scale romance drama now. Where's the enemy? Wow, he actually managed to hook up with girls until the finals. Damn it, is this kid toxic? Some people seem to be there to compete on the surface, but they're actually there to hook up with girls. Next, let's invite the champion, Jiang Xiaopi, to give an acceptance speech. I didn't do anything. I just touched Wu Haoyang's waist and flirted with a girl, and I won the championship. The Beijing League is really fun. I'll come again next time. Jiang Xiaopi, you bastard. Chapter 218. Beep, beep, beep. The referee blew the whistle and waved the flag. Jiangbin High School wins. Wow. Scattering flowers. Oh yeah, we've won, we've won. Ha ha. We're the champions. Under the lead of Su Ro, the live stream was in an uproar. There was thunderous applause in the Red Sun Stadium too, and the audience cheered and applauded the hard-working children. Victory, skill points +5. Provincial High School League Champion. Skill points plus 10. Current skill points 45. There was good news in the internal star map again, and Jiang Xiao was overjoyed too. He initially still had some skill points. If he really had a fight with Wu Haoyang, he would probably have used his skill points to upgrade his Xia family swordsmanship. However, he had now won, and he didn't use his skill points. Instead, he even obtained 15 skill points, which was really comfortable. The next competition with bonus points would have to wait until the second half of the semester. Jiang Xiao would have plenty of time to practice his swordsmanship and improve his technique level. Wouldn't he be able to save his skill points? He had to make the best use of the best. Jiang Xiao exited the arena with Xia Yin happily, and the two of them waved at the audience. The four of them finally gathered in front of the tunnel. Not bad. Han Jianshu nodded at Jiang Xiao with a rare smile on her face. What about me? What about me? Xia Yin asked as she stood beside Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao could tell that Han Jianshu was really in a good mood. She reached out and stroked Xia Yan's short hair dotingly. You did well. Oh. Xia Yan closed her eyes and looked like she was enjoying it. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded to see this scene. He thought, is this woman really evolving into a husky? Is she that happy to be patted on the head? Congratulations, I'm really proud of you guys. Hai Tianqing leaped down from the spectator seats and was finally allowed to enter after communicating with the staff for a long time. The four of them turned around and saw Hai Tianqing's smiling face. However, Hai Tianqing said with some embarrassment, I didn't teach you anything, but you became the champion team. The school will definitely give me better treatment and salary, and I will definitely become famous. Sai, I don't deserve it. Li Wei tried to console him. Teacher Hai, don't say that. You're the one who taught us how to change our formation and team tactics. You're also the one who took the trouble to accompany us into various dimensional spaces and protect us. Before Li Wei finished speaking, Hai Tianqing scratched his head and muttered to himself, this is really vexing. I'll accept it reluctantly. Li Wei was speechless. The award ceremony soon began, and Jiang Xiao was looking forward to seeing what kind of star beads the champion team would receive. After a particularly long speech by the leaders, Jiang Xiao and the others finally heard the team's name being called from the podium. Let's welcome the team from Qiqing High School, the third place of the Beijiang Provincial High School League in 2016, to the stage to receive the award. Jiang Xiao and the others looked over, only to see that Zhou Tsang was walking leisurely towards the makeshift stage with his hair in pigtails. 1 gold and 3 silver beads. Unsurprisingly, the gold star bead was awarded to Zhou Tsang. Although Zhou Tsang's performance was mediocre when he faced Jiang Zhao's team, he was extremely outstanding in the preliminary round and the battle for the third place in the semifinals. After taking a photo with the leaders and the team, the host said again, next, let's welcome the team from Xindan Creek High School No. 11, the runner-up of the Beijiang Provincial High School League in 2016, to the stage to receive the award. This time, the cheers in the stadium were louder. Clearly, Xindan Creek High School No. 11 was much more popular than Qiqing High School. However, the members of Xindan Creek High School No. 11 were not present. Qin Zhuang was sent to the hospital after being slashed by Xia Yan's giant sword, and Yin Yu was suffocated by Xia Yan. Unlooming had gone to take care of her sister, and Wu Haoyang was the only one who went on stage to receive the award. However, Wu Haoyang alone was enough to make the stadium jump with joy. This kid's characteristics were too distinct, and he was tall and handsome. Indeed, he had gained a lot of fans, and he might even have gained the favor of many universities. 2 gold quality star beads, 2 silver quality star beads, fresh flowers, and a trophy. Wu Haoyang walked down the stage with cheers. Finally, the most exciting moment had arrived. Jiang Xiao didn't like the fresh flowers and applause. He mainly wanted to see what the reward of the provincial championship was. Can I get a space-type star bead? Jiang Xiao, who was lost in his thoughts, scurried to the podium in a few steps. It was still snowing heavily. Although the atmosphere in the stadium was very lively, the weather was indeed cold. However, the etiquette lady on the podium was suffering. She was wearing a cheongsam with her thighs exposed, and she was standing in the snow. Organizers, are you still human? Seeing that she was freezing, Jiang Shao tilted his head and looked at her trembling thighs. TSK, TSK. The weather is really white. No, these legs are really cold. The group of four stood still, and a middle-aged man shook hands with Jiang Shao warmly. The loving gaze in his eyes made Jiang Shao feel that he was picking a son-in-law. Jiang Shao held the flowers in his left hand and the medal in his right. However, he couldn't wait any longer. It's useless. Where are the star beads? Where are the gold-quality star beads? Wow, here they are. From the corner of his eye, Jiang Shao saw a lady in a cheongsam who was on the verge of crying from the cold. She walked over with a plate while shivering. The leader, who was wearing a down jacket, grinned at Jiang Shao and handed the small square box to him. Jiang Shao chuckled and grabbed it, but his face stiffened. Fallen Shadow Warrior Star Bead, Gold Quality, Star Technique, 1. Shadow Spear. Condenses star power and summons a controllable shadow spear. There's a slight chance of triggering soul damage. Brass Quality, Upgradable, 2. Shadow Shield. Condenses star power and summons a sturdy shadow shield. When attacked, there is a slight chance of causing the enemy to suffer soul damage. Silver Quality, Upgradable, 3. Shadow Hammer. Condense star power and throw a shadow hammer with soul damage at the enemy to inflict pain on your enemy. Gold Quality, Upgradable. Do you want to absorb it together? Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. What does the organizer mean? Even they can't stand it anymore. Do they want me to transform into a warrior? What the hell are these 3-star techniques? I only have 9-star slots, and I've left one for my star pets. Now, I only have 4-star slots left. You guys, at this moment, a lady in a cheongsam who was shivering in the cold took 2 steps forward and whispered something to the leader who was presenting the award. The middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes glanced at the girl in displeasure before stepping forward and reaching out to snatch the small square box from Jiang Zhao's hand. Jiang Shao was speechless. Under Jiang Zhao's gaze, the fallen Shadow Warrior Star Bead was handed over to Li Wei. Come on, kid, this is yours. The middle-aged man grabbed the other small square box handed over by the lady and stuffed it into Jiang Zhao's hand. Fallen Shadow Witch Star Bead, Gold Quality, Star Technique, 1. Enmity. When attacked by an enemy at close range, there is a 1% chance of randomly adding a slight negative state to the enemy. Brass Quality, Upgradable, 2. Countercurrent Light. Throws out a continuous ray of light that shares vitality and star power with the connected target. Silver Quality, Upgradable, 3. Sound of Silence. Consumes a large amount of star power to stop all sounds. Prevents all targets in a specific area from using star techniques. Gold Quality, Upgradable. Do you want to absorb them together? Oh my god, the Fallen Shadow Witch Star Bead. When Jiang Shao saw the Fallen Shadow Witch Star Bead, he had already begun to secretly guess. He didn't expect that his reward would really be the Fallen Shadow Witch. Fallen Shadow Witches were very precious and powerful creatures of other dimensions that were unique to the Shadow Cave. The Shadow Cave was a dimensional space that only existed in the Tianjin area in Yinzhou province. Besides, the strongest creature in the Shadow Cave was a platinum quality creature, the Fallen Shadow Demon. The platinum quality Shadow Cave was almost set in stone, and it would never be open to the public. Perhaps only special teams, such as the military and internal groups of the country, would be able to come into contact with this series of star beads. However, whenever a dimensional space like the Shadow Cave appeared, it would either be guarded and developed carefully or destroyed immediately to avoid causing harm to the area and the people. Even if Jiang Shao had the ability to enter such a dangerous place, he wouldn't be qualified to do so. Just yesterday, when everyone in the team was studying the list of star techniques of the Insisters, Jiang Shao was already drooling over Enmity and Countercurrent Light. However, he never expected that the reward would be the Fallen Shadow Witch Star Bead. Which national organization sponsored the prizes of the Beijiang Province High School League? Beijiang Province Star Warriors Association? Oh my god, this is incredible. Since the Insisters could possess such precious and rare star beads, Even a fool could tell how powerful the Yin family was. For a poor brother like Jiang Shao, being able to come into contact with such a star bead was indeed a great stroke of luck. The Yin sisters had absorbed the brass quality, enmity, and the silver quality, countercurrent light, but they didn't get the real gold quality divine skill sound of silence. However, Jiang Shao didn't have to worry about whether he could successfully absorb it. After all, he had the internal star map, and the success rate was 100%. So here's the problem. There was no doubt that it was impossible for such star beads to reach the level of filling. However, the 3-star techniques were very functional, and Jiang Shao liked them very much. What to do? I'm waiting online. It's urgent. Chapter 219. Wow. Beijing Province Star Warriors Association. You guys are really impressive. I used to think that Xia Shanhai was the one who put in a lot of effort, but it turns out that you guys are the ones who put in a lot of effort. Why? The high school students in Beijing Province have been at the bottom of the country for the past few years. They've been beaten up into sieves and beaten up on the ground. You guys finally can't take it anymore? Jiang Zhao's thoughts were a little biased. The Beijing Province Star Warriors Association was, of course, giving such rewards to encourage the students to train, grow, and strive for better results. However, the possibility of the children in the nebula stage acquiring gold-quality star techniques in high school was too low. Gao Junwei's roar of fear, Yu Zhen's dark blue scepter, Wu Haoyang's howl of battle, and the Yin sisters' pure white scepter and gray-white scepter were all gold-quality star techniques that they had spent a fortune to acquire. Xia Yin had already absorbed the gold-quality star beads of 2 ape ghoul kings, but the body of star power was nowhere to be seen. He reckoned that most people would not absorb the fallen shadow star beads before the galaxy stage. They would probably wait until after the galaxy stage to try their luck. When would these kids reach the galaxy stage? Perhaps they would have to wait until they went to university or even step into society before they could reach this level. At that time, the National High School League had already ended. After all, there were very few people like the Yin sisters who had connections and were rich. What's your reward? Jiang Shao nudged Xia Yin's shoulder and asked softly. As the leaders handed out the star beads one by one, the organizers asked the students to take photos with the leaders. Jiang Shao asked while smiling and shaking the flowers in his hand. I've been by your side the whole time. Didn't you hear when that Chong Sam chick introduced me? Are you only focused on looking at my legs? Xia Yin asked through gritted teeth as she adjusted her posture and faced the cameraman in the distance. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. I've been looking at the star beads in my internal star map. Besides, you don't even like me, so why are you so strict with me then Lil Jiang Shue? If you don't tell me, I'll see for myself. Jiang Shao reached out and secretly touched the small square box in Xia Yan's hand. Xia Yan was rather generous. In order not to let Jiang Shao touch her hand, she simply threw the box away. She didn't throw it away. She just let go of it. The small square box landed in Jiang Zhao's hands. Jiang Shao held in his hand, opened the lid, and flipped it. Fallen Shadow Thorn Star Bead, Gold Quality, Star Techniques, 1. Shadow Blade. Throws a spinning shadow blade that has a slight chance of triggering soul damage. Brass Quality, Upgradable. Shadow Blade Protection. Summons several revolving shadow blades to surround the user and attack all enemies around the user. There's a slight chance that the enemy will receive soul damage. Silver Quality, Upgradable, 3. Wrath of the Shadow Blade. Sends out a large number of sharp shadow blades in all directions. They deal soul damage and tear your enemies to shreds. Gold, Upgradable. Do you want to absorb them together? TSK. This Fallen Shadow Thorn Star technique is rather impressive. Jiang Zhao's throat squirmed. It turned out to be the Fallen Shadow Thorn Star Bead. In that case, was the reward that Han Jiangxue received the Fallen Shadow Demon Star Bead? The Fallen Shadow Fiend was the strongest creature in the Shadow Cave. It was a terrifying platinum rank existence. 4-star technique. 3 gold and 1 platinum. Horrifying and terrifying. As soon as the photo session with the leader ended, Jiang Xiao shoved the small square box back to Xia Yin and leaned towards Han Jiangxue. He asked, "What star bead did you get as a reward?" Han Jiangxue said, "Pick up the trophy and take a photo." Jiang Xiao was speechless. "Isn't the photo done? Another one?" Han Jiangxue patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder gently and said, "There are no outsiders this time. It's just the four of us. This is the first milestone in our lives." "The first milestone in our lives?" Jiang Xiao said softly. "The first milestone in my life was when I won first place in the military training competition and skipped year 3 to join your team. Although it wasn't a great competition, it was the most important one in my life." Jiang Zhao's mind was filled with thoughts about the fallen shadow demon star bead, and he casually spoke his mind. While speaking, he repeated the same trick and quietly took the exquisite box from Han Jiangshue's hand. However, the feedback from the internal star map showed that it was the fallen shadow which star bead. "Isn't it the platinum quality fallen shadow demon? The reward for the Rules Awakened commander is still the fallen shadow which star bead?" Well, logically speaking, those 3 skills are suitable for Rules Awakened. While Jiang Xiao was secretly feeling that it was a pity, Han Jiangxue was slightly stunned. At the next moment, a smile appeared on her cold and aloof face. She was elegant and charming. For this kind of usually expressionless and cold lady, when she revealed that sweet smile, the lethality was extremely shocking. Jiang Zhao's words seemed to have touched Han Jiangshue's heartstrings, and she seemed to be really touched. Her heartfelt smile made Xia Yin mesmerized. "Next, I'll announce that the most valuable student of the 2016 Beijiang Province High School League is..." Jiang Xiao seemed to have heard something incredible. Most valuable student? MVP. Damn it. How could I have forgotten about such an important award? Jiangbin High School, Han Jiangxue. As soon as the host finished speaking, the audience cheered again. Han Jiangshue's smile gradually disappeared, and she returned to her usual self. She then nodded slightly at the audience. In this competition, Han Jiangxue was undoubtedly the one who opened up the situation for Jiangbin High School. She used the flame torch whip to tie up the 2 little balls and made the Rules Awaken flustered. That was why the blizzard stopped, which led to everything that happened later on. Besides, the strongest enemy, Wu Haoyang, was also brought out of the arena by Han Jiangxue. Although Wu Haoyang was pushed out by Jiang Zhao's hand, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Jiang Xiao was being controlled by Han Jiangxue. Besides, Han Jiangxue was the commander of the team. Hence, she deserved to be the MVP. When he heard the title of Most Valuable Student, Wu Haoyang stopped in his tracks and looked at Han Jiangxue with a complicated gaze filled with envy and pity. In his heart, that award should have belonged to him. Next, let's invite Mr. Wang Qin, the Vice President of the Beijiang Province Star Warriors Association, to present the award to the Most Valuable Student. Flowers, a trophy, and an unknown star bead. Will it be the Fallen Shadow Demon star bead? When Han Jiangxue handed the small square box to Jiang Xiao to take a look, he was filled with complicated emotions. The reward for the MVP is actually the Fallen Shadow, which star bead. So little Jiangxue and I now have a total of 3 Fallen Shadow, which star beads. What do you mean by this? Are you trying to entice me to absorb them? Although I might not be able to buy such star beads, I won't be able to come across them anytime soon. However, the number of star beads I have seems to be enough to upgrade the brass quality enmity and the silver quality countercurrent light. After all, the star beads are of gold quality. 1 gold equals 10 silver equals 100 brass equals 100 skill points. Jiang Xiao knew that as long as he asked, Han Jiangxue would definitely give him all the star beads. However, it wasn't Jiang Zhao's habit to ask for them. As a man, how can I be so shameless? Jiang Xiao turned to look at Han Jiangxue and said, "Give me these Fallen Shadow, which star beads." Han Jiangxue nodded casually and said, "Okay, take them." Jiang Xiao said, "Sure." Li Wei, give the trophy to Jiang Xiaopi and let him sit on the ground in front. Xiaopi, hurry up, sit in the middle, and hold the championship trophy in your arms. The voice of the teacher in charge suddenly sounded from below the stage. The 3 of you stand at the back. Han Jiangxue, hold the MVP trophy properly. Hai Tianqing, who was at the side, said with a smile, "Be good and cooperate with the teacher in charge. We have to take this photo back to school and frame it." After everyone got into position and smiled, Hai Tianqing nodded in satisfaction, and the teacher in charge pressed the camera button. 2016 Beijing Province High School League Champion Team. Jiang Xiao sat on the stage with a huge championship trophy in his arms. He seemed to be a little cold, so his smile was rather unnatural. Xiaoyan held on to Han Jiangshua's arm and bit the metal in her mouth, looking rather happy. Han Jiangshua stood behind Jiang Xiao with the MVP trophy in her hand and a faint smile on her face. Li Wei made a very old-fashioned but classic peace sign. Snow was falling from the sky, and the Red Sun Stadium was bustling with noise and excitement. A precious scene was fixed at that moment. Please remember the domain name of this book. Top. Chapter 220. Alliance Masters updates August 10th. What's the highest temperature in the Crimson Mountain Basin dimensional space in Dajang Province? When was the famous dimensional space by the Yiyu Swamp in Kainan Province officially open to the public? How many types of creatures of other dimensions are there in the Beimeng Desolate Tomb? Were there levels? Were there star techniques? Which city's dimensional space is the ancient Warrior Legion dimensional space? The Redstone Park of China is located in Nanyue Province. Is there a dimensional space in the Redstone Park? If there is, what's its name? Jiang Xiao grabbed his hair in frustration, but unfortunately, he couldn't grab his hair at all because he had a buzz cut. Although he couldn't grab his hair, it didn't stop Jiang Xiao from going crazy. Damn it, what kind of exam questions are these? Did I take the Star Study or the Encyclopedia of Society? Just as Jiang Xiao was sighing, the livestream girl in front of him pressed the paper with her right elbow and shifted to the right. Wow, Suro, I didn't rub your tummy every day in vain. You're really a grateful child. Jiang Xiao tried his best to read the answers on the paper on the table in front of him, but the stool was kicked hard. Han Jiangshua said coldly, "Look at your own paper." Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. 2 invigilators aren't enough? You want to invigilate me too? Jiang Xiao leaned back and gritted his teeth. Answer the questions. Why are you looking at me? Han Jiangshua placed the paper on the table and looked at Jiang Xiao's back. She said, "I'm done. I'll wait for you to hand in the paper and go home together." Jiang Xiao was speechless. Han Jiangshua turned to look out of the window, only to see that it was a world covered in silver and snow. It was late winter in Beijing Province, and the sky darkened very early. Although it was only 17 o'clock in the afternoon, the sky was almost dark. The paths in the school and the side of the playground were filled with dim street lights, which made the snowflakes look extremely beautiful. However, Jiang Xiao didn't have the time to appreciate it. At this moment, he was struggling with the exam questions. Yes, it was the final exam for the first half of the semester in year 3 of high school. It was the last written exam for Star Study. After taking this exam, Jiang Xiao could finally debut. Go home for the Lunar New Year. Jiang Xiao looked at the exam questions and felt that it would be a tough year. Write quickly. Han Jiangshua urged him from behind, and Jiang Xiao could also feel her gently kicking the leg of the stool. Jiang Xiao, who couldn't come up with an answer, was already feeling rather frustrated. He really wanted to cast the sound of silence on her. He then added in high spirits, "Shut your mouth." However, Jiang Xiao dared not do so. Speaking of sound of silence, there was another interesting matter. The skill description of sound of silence was, consume a large amount of star power and stop all sounds. It prevented all targets in a specific area from using their star techniques. Jiang Xiao initially thought that the main function of the star technique was to prevent everyone from using it. However, when Jiang Xiao really used sound of silence, he realized that the description of this star technique was rather accurate. It was really difficult for people in the domain of sound of silence to speak. Of course, it was not because this person had become mute, nor was it because the environment had become a vacuum. Instead, it was because of the special physical state that this star technique brought to the target that made it difficult for them to speak. Even if they tried to make a sound, they would only stutter and stammer. How should he describe it? It was like a person's internal organs had suddenly been shaken and he was unable to speak. At the thought of the sound of silence, Jiang Shao opened his internal star map again and looked at his fifth golden star slot with a blissful smile. Jiang Shao absorbed the fallen shadow witch's star bead on the train back. Let's go back in time to 2 weeks ago. After winning the championship, Jiang Shao and the others got on the train and rushed back to Jiangbin City under the arrangement of the school. Xia Yin, the second-generation heiress, still arranged a soft private room for everyone. The poor Hai Tianqing had no idea where he was sleeping. After the lights were turned off on the train, Xia Yin did not let Jiang Shao warm her feet again. Instead, she continued to lie on the upper berth and chat with Han Jiangxue quietly. Jiang Shao could tell that she was really happy to have won the championship. Li Wei leaned against the wall of the private room and called Li Qingmei softly in the dark. They were still in a lovey-dovey state. Jiang Shao lay on the lower berth alone while holding the 3 gold quality star beads of the fallen shadow, which star beads in his hand, feeling a little conflicted. The sound of silence was a divine skill. No matter what, it was definitely not a loss to have such a skill. The problem was, Big Cat should I tell Second Last in advance? Before participating in the competition, Second Last had warned him about it very sternly. He had to discuss it with her before absorbing any star techniques. Jiang Shao hesitated for a while and sat up in frustration. Listening to the sound of the train, Jiang Shao rubbed his head hard. What a joke. How can I be controlled by a big cat when I'm a proud healer? After careful consideration, Jiang Shao no longer hesitated and immediately absorbed one of the fallen shadow, which star beads. 1. Enmity. When attacked by an enemy at close range, there is a 1% chance of adding a slight negative state to the enemy. Brass quality, upgradable too. Countercurrent light. Throws out a continuous ray of light that shares vitality and star power with the connected target. Silver quality, upgradable 3. Sound of silence. Consumes a large amount of star power to stop all sounds. Prevents all targets in a specific area from using star techniques. Gold quality, upgradable. 3-star techniques in 1-star technique. Wow, that's great. Jiang Shao still had 2 fallen shadow, which star beads with him. Should I absorb them and upgrade them? Wait a minute. Jiang Shao had a brainwave and suddenly thought of something. Enmity was of brass quality. However, this star bead was of gold quality. Since this star bead was of gold quality, would enmity be upgraded according to the highest quality? After absorbing a gold quality fallen shadow, which star bead, would the brass quality enmity be upgraded by small level, or would it be maxed out and advanced to silver quality? Should I advance to silver quality level 0 and get rid of the excess? Or should I continue to increase it until it reaches silver quality level 9? 1 gold equals 100 brass equals 100 skill points. That's a difference of more than 90 skill points. Or could it be that Jiang Shao was overthinking and brass quality was brass quality after all? Would absorbing star beads of the same type be upgraded from brass quality level 1 to brass quality level 2? Jiang Shao realized that he shouldn't joke about such a precious gold quality star bead no matter what. Hence, enmity had to be upgraded with skill points. Jiang Shao spent 9 skill points on enmity. To be exact, it was on the 5th star slot. Due to the fact that he had 3-star techniques in 1-star technique and each star technique was upgraded to level 1, there were changes to the 3-star techniques. Enmity, silver quality LV, 0, brass LV. 1, silver LV 0, countercurrent light, silver quality level 1, 9 out of 10. Sound of silence, gold quality LV, 1, 9 out of 100 skill points. 36 Jiang Shao glanced at the description of enmity and realized that something was amiss. After carefully reading it several times, he finally realized what the difference was. Slight was gone. Enmity. When attacked by the enemy at close range, there is a 1% chance of adding a random negative state to the enemy. The original description was to add a slight negative state to the enemy, but the slight was gone. What did that mean? Jiang Shao was overjoyed. First-degree burns and third-degree burns couldn't be the same. Motion sickness, nausea, and vomiting blood couldn't be the same either. Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up with excitement. His enmity had already risen to silver quality. He decided to try absorbing the star beads this time. Just like that, Jiang Shao sat on the lower berth and swayed along with the train, obtaining the 5th, 6th, and 7th gold quality star techniques in his life. Character: Jiang Shao 1. Star map: Big Dipper, Nebula Stage Level 02. Star technique: 1. Blessing, Silver Quality Level 2, 6/10, 2. Decoy, Silver Quality Level 2, 6/10, 3. Green Glow, Gold Quality Level 3, 6 out of 100, 4. Endurance, Gold Quality Level 3, 6 out of 100. 5. Bell, Silver Quality Level 1. 6. Imprint, Silver Quality Level 17. Nostalgia, Gold Quality Level 0, 1/10, 8. Dawn, Gold Quality Level 0, 1/10, 9. Enmity, Gold Quality Level 0/10. Countercurrent Light, Gold Quality Level 0/11. Sound of Silence, Gold Quality Level 2, 9 out of 100, 3. Basic Technique, Hand-to-Hand Combat, Silver Quality Level 4. 2. Star Power Abundance, Silver Quality Level 13. Dagger Mastery, Silver Quality Level 44. Xia Family Swordsmanship, Silver Quality Level 84. Skill Points, 36. Oh my god. Jiang Shao broke out in a cold sweat. It turned out that the data of the small upgrade in quality would be retained. Sound of Silence was originally Gold Quality Level 1, 9 out of 100. After absorbing a Gold Quality Star Bead, Sound of Silence became Gold Quality Level 2, 9 out of 100. However, if it was an upgrade in quality, the data actually erased the 0 points. Both Enmity and Countercurrent Light became Gold Quality Level 0. There were still 9 skill points in Countercurrent Light, and they were gone just like that. Jiang Shao was really terrified. Fortunately, he had used 9 skill points to upgrade Enmity to Silver Quality. Otherwise, Enmity would only have been upgraded from Brass Quality to Silver Quality after absorbing the Star Bead. How many skill points did I have to waste? What a scam. This internal star map is really a scam. Jiang Shao lamented in his heart, but at the next moment, his attitude changed drastically. Look at the description of the Gold Quality Enmity. Enmity, gold when attacked by an enemy at close range. There is a 3% chance of adding a random negative state to the enemy. The first time, the slight was deducted, and the second time, the probability was increased. How interesting. The introduction of the Gold Quality Countercurrent Light did not change much. Its description was still, throws out a continuous ray of light that shares vitality and star power with the connected target. However, Jiang Shao knew that there would definitely be a qualitative change in this star technique. Since the number of rays of light did not change, it was likely that there was a change in the speed. Maybe it's because of the faster transmission of star power and star power with the connected target. Maybe the black ray of light that was thrown out was darker, thicker, and larger. Chapter 2:21. After returning home, Jiang Shao realized that he was a little anxious. He should have felt the effects of the original Silver Quality Countercurrent Light before upgrading it. That way, he would at least be able to compare the difference before and after the upgrade. However, Jiang Shao upgraded the Countercurrent Light from Silver Quality to Gold Quality just like that. However, it didn't matter. After all, the effects were there. Jiang Shao was going to go back and search for information on the internet to compare as much as possible. Or he could also look for Yu to find out more about it. He could compete with her to see whose countercurrent light was darker and thicker. After the competition ended, Jiang Shao, Wu Haoyang, Qian Zhuang, and the sisters stayed behind. Jiangbin City was not far from Xindan Creek, and it would only take them an hour and a half to get there by high-speed rail. The two teams would represent Beijing Province in the National High School League in the future. Hence, there was no harm in getting to know each other now. And Yu Yu's attitude had always been indifferent. At her age, it would be difficult for her to become friends with her opponent after experiencing a defeat. Wu Haoyang was very enthusiastic, or to be exact, he was very enthusiastic towards Xia Yan. Of course, Wu Haoyang didn't have any improper thoughts about Xia Yan. He was already prepared to go to Jiangbin City to have a one-on-one duel with Xia Yan after the Lunar New Year. Unlooming was a heartless person. According to her, she had already found Jiang Xiaopa mischiefs are not on Weibo and successfully became a fan of his. During the final battle between the two teams, the scene of Unlooming pinching the corner of Jiang Zhao's shirt and hiding behind him for protection was witnessed by many people. The people who loved to watch the fun and create a commotion tried to matchmake Unlooming and Jiang Xiao. Unlooming was so infuriated that she pouted and typed furiously on the screen of her mobile phone. She was having a great time arguing with the people on the internet. What a joke. Why would I fall for this mischievous little popsicle? Putting aside the complicated family factors and considering from a personal point of view, if I were to find someone, I have to find a mature and strong warrior. What's going on with two healers? Do I get bullied? Do I get bullied like Do? The scene of Yu Yu being ravaged by Xia Yan still lingered in Unlooming's mind. Dong dong. Han Jiangshu gently kicked the leg of the stool and pulled him back from his memories. Hurry up. I'm waiting for you. Jiang Xiao snapped out of his trance and looked at the glorious gold in his internal star map. Jiang Xiao was so happy that he didn't want to wake up. The blank paper in front of him made Jiang Xiao feel like he had fallen into hell. Sharpening his spear at the last moment, even if it's not fast, it's still good. Bullsh asterisk T. This spear was too rusty and could not be polished. Ring, ring, ring. As the bell rang, it was time for the exam. Jiang Xiao had the half of the blank paper and quickly handed it in. Xia Yan, who was standing on the other side of Han Jiangshua's aisle, was overjoyed. She covered her mouth and chuckled. I bet he won't have a good Lunar New Year. Han Jiangshua sighed helplessly and said, we can still let him watch the Spring Festival Gala. Xia Yan packed her school bag and humphed. What's there to watch about the Spring Festival Gala? The King of Skits is getting old, and he's not going to appear anymore. TV crosstalk isn't as good as theater crosstalk. All right, why don't you come over to my house for the New Year? Han Jiangshua shook her head and said, no, I'll just spend it with Xiaopi. Shua. Xia Yan wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Han Jiangshua. It's the Lunar New Year today. Xia Yan asked, huh? What's the matter? Han Jiangshua said softly, if you want to celebrate the Lunar New Year, come home with me tonight and cook some delicious dishes together. Upon hearing her words, Xia Yan's beautiful eyes lit up and she yelled, okay. Xia Shiqi then packed her school bag even faster. She then thought of something and looked up at the noisy classroom. She couldn't help but ask, where did Xiaopi go? Why did he disappear after handing in the paper? Han Jiangshua was speechless. Did he sneak away because he's afraid of getting beaten up? Xia Yan said with a smile. Han Jiangshua looked at Jiang Zhao's desk in front of her, only to see that there was stationery on it that had yet to be packed. There was also a school bag at the side. She couldn't help but frown. Xia Yan muttered to herself, poor Xiaopi. I have to buy 2 more bottles of beer tonight and watch the year-end drama. Han Jiangshua asked, what did you say? Xia Yan waved her hands and stammered, nothing. Jiang Xiao, whom Xia Yan had been thinking about, was standing in the corridor at this moment and talking to Hai Tianqing with a sullen expression. As early as 2 weeks ago, Jiang Xiao returned to Jiangbin City and resumed his normal life. Ever since then, he had been feeling rather uneasy. Ever since he returned from winning the championship, the television station had also interviewed him, and the school leaders had also warmly welcomed him. Jiang Zhao's Weibo fans had also increased to more than 60,000. All of that meant that the team from Jiangbin High School had become famous. Jiang Xiao received a lot of congratulations, except for one person, second last. His master, who had provided him with a hand-drawn map of the arsenal and brought him to the snowfield for training, had yet to contact him. Jiang Xiao was well aware of Second Last's desire for him. At the same time, the news that Jiangbin High School had won the first place in the Beijing Provincial High School League spread like wildfire in the province. Even the entire country was affected by it. There was no reason for Second Last not to know about it. What really made Jiang Xiao feel uneasy was the reason for Second Last parting. Back in the snowfield, Second Last was summoned back by the Guardians of the Night, and if he had guessed correctly, she had gone to participate in a mission. For an officer like Second Last, who was a light chaser, every mission she took was likely to be extremely dangerous. Did something happen to Second Last because there was no news of her? Hence, 2 days after returning to school, Jiang Xiao looked for Hai Tianqing and tried to contact Second Last. Jiang Xiao couldn't contact Second Last, and Hai Tianqing definitely wouldn't be able to either. Besides, Second Last had a special identity, and Hai Tianqing didn't want to be targeted because he was scouting for military intelligence. Unable to resist Jiang Xiao's repeated pleas, Hai Tianqing had no choice but to try to contact his former captain, One Last. The news that he received gave Hai Tianqing a great shock. Second Last, she actually shed her identity as a light chaser and became a guardian of the night again. Hai Tianqing immediately realized that as a non-staff member who had been fired, he wasn't qualified to receive such news from One Last at all. Captain Suli even told Hai Tianqing about the specific location of Second Last vigil. What does that mean? One Last clearly did that on purpose. Hai Tianqing only knew Second Last's current identity and location of work, but he didn't know why she had been transferred and why she was going to stay in the snowfield until she died. After thinking about it, Hai Tianqing realized that regardless of what happened to Second Last, Captain Xiao clearly wanted to pass the message to the rest of the team. To whom? Who else could he pass it to? After pondering about it, Hai Tianqing immediately went to the classroom, only to see Jiang Xiao handing in the papers to the podium. That was why the current scene was happening. With a sullen expression, Jiang Xiao asked, "Is this a demotion? Did she make a mistake and become a guardian of the night?" Hai Tianqing shook his head and explained, "It's just a different division of labor. The light chasers and the guardians of the night are of the same rank." However, Jiang Xiao said, "They are indeed of the same rank, but the duties and survival methods of these two troops are obviously different. She even wanted to take me as an apprentice. Before I went to participate in the provincial league, she took me to train and helped me look for star beads to increase my star techniques. She's a very persistent person, so there's no reason for her to suddenly abandon me and her own plans." Hai Tianqing said, "Your thoughts do make sense. So you..." Jiang Xiao said, "The snowfield of Jianan village, huh? I'll go look for her." "Who are you going to look for?" Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin walked out of the classroom. Xia Yin was still carrying the school bag that she had packed for him and tossed it to him. Jiang Xiao grabbed the school bag in a flurry, but he didn't know how to explain it. "You guys might not believe it, but Big Cat doesn't want me anymore. Such a good star pet. Such a strong thigh. Such perfect stats. Why did it disappear just like that? Besides, it's fine if you don't want me, but you have to give me the space star bead first." Chapter 222. At the end of the day, the awakened ones had it easier than the ordinary students. On the day of the Little New Year's Day, which was 7 days before New Year's Eve, the winter vacation began. School would start on the 8th day of the Lunar New Year. The winter vacation would last for nearly half a month. As for those ordinary third-year high school students, they would probably have to wait until the 29th of the lunar calendar before they could go on holiday. They would have to go back to school on the 6th day of the Chinese New Year. It was commonly known as the 7 days of happiness during the New Year. Not 1 day more, not 1 day less. All right, let's not talk about these sad things. Today was December 24th of the lunar calendar, the first day of winter vacation. What do high school students do on the first day of winter vacation? Han Jiangxue never expected Shrimpy to be so hard-working that it actually wanted to go to the snowfield to train. They had just gone through the Beijing Province High School League, and won the first place in the entire province after going through a lot of hardships. If this kind of honor had been given to him in the past, his shrimpy would have been extremely arrogant. Even if the school didn't give him a holiday, he could still give himself a year off. Look at him now. He was going to the snowfield for training on the first day of the winter vacation. He even said he would go home for Chinese New Year's Eve. Han Jiangxue was a little confused. Due to the fact that she had been rushing around for the competition in the past few days, her nerves were tense, and she was a little exhausted. After returning home, she went through another 2 weeks of intense preparation for the exams. Now, she could be considered to have successfully completed the first semester of Year 3. Han Jiangxue was still thinking about how to relax, but what happened? Look at her brother's hard-working attitude. Han Jiangxue criticized herself. Han Jiangxue, you can't relax, and you can't be arrogant. He had to learn from Shrimpy. Look at its resolve. Hence, Han Jiangxue immediately expressed that she wanted to enter the snowfield with Jiang Xiao to train. In any case, there were no parents at home, leaving the siblings to depend on each other. In Han Jiangxue's opinion, Jiang Zhao's home was wherever he was. Not to mention returning to Earth on Chinese New Year's Eve. So what if he didn't come back for Chinese New Year? The concept of home was never a house, much less a city, but the person or group of people you cared about in your heart. Wherever that person was, that was home. What Han Jiangxue didn't expect was that Jiang Xiao actually took a taxi to a bath center with her, the small barbecue shop in the alley next to the bath center. Here, Han Jiangxue got to know the hospitable Auntie Yu. She initially thought that the restaurant was where Jiang Xiao and his friend would gather for a meal, until Jiang Xiao asked about the name, Wan Hongyi. Han Jiangxue finally realized that the inconspicuous store was inextricably linked to Second Last. As expected, Jiang Xiao didn't get any news about Second Last. In order not to make Auntie Yu worry, Jiang Xiao carefully probed around the bush and didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he suggested that they pack some grilled fish and drinks. For grilled codfish and half a caddy of homemade white wine. The strange takeaway menu made Han Jiangxue realize that it was definitely not their lunch and was probably for someone else. Watching as the fragrant grilled fish was placed in the box, Jiang Xiao grabbed the codfish and a half-caddy bottle of Xiao Shou. He then tossed the money down and dragged Han Jiangxue out. After running for more than 10 meters, when he looked back, he saw Auntie Yu standing at the door with the money in her hand, beckoning him to go back and take the money. The reproachful look in Auntie Yu's eyes was exactly the same as some faces in Jiang Zhao's memory, which made Jiang Xiao feel rather upset. Come to think of it, I'm going to be judged. Big Cat might really not want me anymore. If she finds out that I'm scamming you for food and drinks, won't she tear me apart? In the taxi, Han Jiangxue rested her elbow on the window and rested her face on her hand while looking at the snow outside the window. She said, "You don't want to train? You want to deliver food to her." Jiang Xiao was speechless. Han Jiangxue suddenly felt a little heartache. The famous goddess Shui, a genius with 30-star slots and the MVP of the Beijiang Provincial High School League, had actually fallen to the point of delivering food with her brother. The grilled codfish and half a caddy of Xiao Shou were in her gold-quality Sky Smasher. Most importantly, even though she knew Jiang Zhao's intentions, she still wanted to go to the snowfield with him to deliver food because she was afraid that he would be in danger. Han Jiangxue sighed deeply, only to hear Jiang Xiao humming softly. If this isn't love, Han Jiangxue was speechless. Outside Jiangbin City in Jianan Village, the snowfield that had once been invaded had been reopened to the outside world as quickly as possible after some rectification. After Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue verified their identities, they once again obtained the right to enter the snowfield for free. Both of them were neat and tidy people. 5 minutes later, the couple, who were dressed in snow camouflage uniforms, embarked on their journey in the snowfield again. Logically speaking, Jiang Zhao's blessing and decoy were star techniques that were relatively difficult to upgrade. A white ghoul witch star bead that cost 200,000 yuan was extremely difficult to buy. Besides, the number of white ghoul witches was also relatively rare. Hence, the quality of Jiang Zhao's blessing and decoy remained at silver quality level 2, 6 out of 10. The white ghoul which starbead was of brass quality, and it would be a long time before it could be upgraded to gold quality. He reckoned that he would probably have to get second last to lead the way and rush into the holy ground in order to upgrade quickly. Where is she? Han Jiangshu asked. I don't know, Jiang Shao answered honestly. Han Jiangshu humphed and said softly, You're really affectionate. Jiang Shao was speechless. Little Jiangshua looks so adorable when she's jealous. He had never realized that she had such a side to her. Han Jiangshua was human too, and she would have emotions too. In this world of the two of them, with no outsiders around, she didn't keep a straight face like she usually did. She clearly knew that second last was Jiang Zhao's master. Otherwise, she wouldn't have accompanied him there after knowing his purpose. In Han Jiangshua's opinion, it was really lucky to be able to have an officer of the Guardians of the Night as her master. When there's a will, there's a way. Look at what kind of person she is. As long as she's a righteous person, their master-disciple relationship would be solid enough. If second last was really a good backer, it would be a good home for Jiang Shao if he could survive under her protection and even join the Guardians of the Night. While Han Jiangshua was thinking about it, Jiang Shao said, Let's head towards the holy ground. Her troops are stationed there. Slightly stunned, Han Jiangshua said, We'll be arrested. Jiang Shao nodded and said, It's the Lunar New Year, and it's not easy to find a place that provides free food and accommodation. Be content. Han Jiangshua was speechless. Just like that, the brother and sister faced the wind and snow under the illumination of the aurora in the sky and walked on the path of death. At the same time, in Jiangbin City, a young man was pacing back and forth nervously in his small room. He had already lost count of the number of times he had paced around the room. He seemed rather terrified, and there was already a layer of sweat on his forehead. A few minutes later, the young man sat down on the chair and took out his mobile phone to look at the text message on his phone. His palms were also sweating. Clearly, he was hesitating and struggling internally. He had received the news that he had been waiting for, but he didn't want to make the call, because he knew what it meant to make the call. He didn't care about the life and death of the two of them. He just wanted them to go to hell immediately. However, he really didn't want to face her. It had been more than half a month, and he could always clearly recall the feeling of suffocation, the extreme pain, and the deep sense of powerlessness that came from struggling in vain. At the end of the day, he just hoped that she would die quickly because he didn't want to see her again. However, he had no choice but to make the call. Ever since he was young, he had never dared to disobey his mother's orders. He was arrogant and domineering outside. Regardless of whether he was truly rebellious in his heart or pretending to be strong on the outside, he did not have the guts to deceive or hide anything from his mother. In the end, Gao Junwei still made the call. Do. After the busy tone, a middle-aged woman's voice sounded. Huh? Gao Junwei said in a trembling voice, They've gone to Jiannan village in the snowfield. On the other end of the line, a commanding voice sounded. Now, go downstairs and wait for me. Chapter 223. There will be no more updates today. It's almost the Lunar New Year. Chapter 2 will be updated at 8 p.m. In the cold snowfield, the sky was dim. Han Jiangshua was dressed in snow camouflage, a white cotton hat, and a pair of dark blue goggles on her face. She stared at the robust figure in front of her. The figure wielded the giant steel blade with such vigor that it made her a little dazed for a moment. In the recent days of the Beijiang City League tournament, Jiang Shao had always been fighting in a team of 4, be it in the preliminary round or the semifinals. With the presence of Li Wei and Xia Yan, Jiang Zhao's combat skills had always been mediocre. Now, the two of them were fighting together. Han Jiangshua finally realized that Jiang Shao had grown to such an extent. Back then, he and second last had been fighting in the snowfield for more than a month. What exactly did he experience? The toxic healer who was once chased by the white ghouls had disappeared and was replaced by a majestic melee warrior who was skilled with the sword. especially the half-toothed battle blade at his waist. From time to time, he would draw it out to fight at close range. Every time he used it, it would take away the life of a white ghoul. How did he integrate the short half-toothed battle blade and the huge blade into one and coexist harmoniously? At the mention of swordsmanship, Han Jiangxue was even more impressed with Jiang Shao. Judging from the swordsmanship that Jiang Shao had displayed so far, no one would doubt that he was a melee warrior. Han Jiangxue finally realized that he wasn't lying. When he said that he had mastered the Xia family's swordsmanship, he was probably telling the truth. If it was just hand-to-hand combat, Han Jiangxue would be able to figure out some things since she had dabbled in it, after all. However, in terms of swordsmanship alone, Han Jiangxue couldn't tell what level Jiang Zhao's skills had reached. She just felt very comfortable. Yes, that was an appropriate adjective. Han Jiangxue felt that Jiang Shao looked very comfortable when he was fighting with the sword. There was nothing fancy about it, and every move he made was extremely functional. Occasionally, he would make others' eyes light up and exclaim at his exquisite skills and proficiency in swordsmanship. With the sound of wind and snow being torn apart, the giant steel sword landed heavily and beheaded a white ghoul. After the last white ghoul died, Jiang Shao finally strode towards the leader of the white ghouls, the White Ghoul Witch. The two of them were rather lucky, as they had already encountered 2 white ghoul witches on the second day. Of course, that had something to do with the fact that they had chosen the most dangerous route in the southeast, as well as the speed of their journey. The further they went, the more creatures of other dimensions they would encounter. Under Han Jiangxue's watchful eyes, Jiang Shao would definitely be able to obtain the star beads of the White Ghoul Witch. He would definitely absorb all the White Ghoul White Witch. At this moment, in his internal star map, his blessing and decoy had reached silver quality level 2, 8 out of 10. There was still a long way to go before he could upgrade blessing and decoy to gold quality. Jiang Yer. 2. Of Jiang Shao smiled and said, White, and Dragon Gofiang. You. Jiang Shao smiled embarrassedly. Confidence came from strength, and strength also came from confidence. The two complemented each other. Back then, under second last lead, Jiang Shao had been here for a month. During this period of time, Jiang Shao had indeed built up a huge amount of confidence and also gained a good understanding of the environment, the characteristics of the creatures of other dimensions, and the combat characteristics. What kind of person is she? Han Jiangxue asked curiously. It was not easy to make Han Jiangxue, who was indifferent to worldly affairs, curious. After thinking about it, Jiang Shao put the giant sword on his back and pulled out the pitch-black, half-toothed battle sword from his waist. While harvesting the white ghoul star beads, he said, gluttonous, stubborn, clumsy, inarticulate, unsophisticated Han Jiangxue. Jiang Shao looked at Han Jiangxue's dumbfounded expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Strong, very strong, very strong. Han Jiangxue glanced at Jiang Shao coldly and said, She's your master, after all. It won't be good for her to hear that. Okay. Jiang Shao nodded nonchalantly. The two of them left the corpses on the ground and walked into the snowstorm again. After walking in the dense forest for a while, Han Jiangxue suddenly said, It's impossible for us to reach the holy ground. The periphery will be guarded by the guardians of the night. Jiang Shao answered, Believe me, I know their formation better than you do. Han Jiangxue raised her eyebrows curiously and said, Okay. Jiang Shao shrugged and said, When we were in Xindong Creek, she brought me. Jiang Shao stopped abruptly because a strong beam of light landed on his face. The intense white light was exceptionally dazzling under the dim sky. Following that, a rough man's voice came from the depths of the snowy forest. This is a restricted military area. You are forbidden to enter. Leave immediately, or you will bear the consequences. Jiang Shao was also wearing protective goggles, but he had no choice but to squint under the strong light. He raised his hands high and yelled, Hello, I'm looking for your teammate, second last. As soon as he said that, the strong light disappeared without a trace, leaving only the sound of the howling wind. Facing the empty snow forest, the two of them suddenly felt a little creepy. Jiang Xiao took a step forward, and the light shone on Jiang Zhao's face again. The rough male voice sounded again. Leave immediately or bear the consequences. Jiang Xiao continued to raise his hands high and said, I'm looking for Luan Hongying. She used to be a light chaser and became a guardian of the night not long ago. She's on duty in this snowfield. There was still no response from the snow forest. Jiang Xiao said carefully, I'm going to put down my right hand and pull out a half-toothed sword from the side of my right leg. It's second last weapon. You can help me pass the weapon to her when you change shifts. She'll know who I am. Before Jiang Xiao finished speaking, he saw the strong beam of light drifting in another direction. What does that mean? That's the direction the Guardians of the Night are giving me. He has already verified his identity. What kind of method did he use? Jiang Xiao asked. Over there. The strong beam of light continued to flash towards the snow forest on the right before disappearing. Jiang Xiao walked towards the right side in bewilderment. He walked for more than 3 hours. Along the way, there were countless strong torches pointing the way for him. Amidst the snow, Jiang Xiao had already figured it out. The group of people were conscientious guardians of the night who would only stand guard and patrol. They probably wouldn't bother about the trivial matters of others. After Jiang Xiao expressed his intentions, almost all the guardians of the night on the line of defense in the snow forest pointed out the way for him. What does that mean? Someone is helping Jiang Xiao. Who is it? Is it Second Last? Second Last had already predicted that Jiang Xiao would come back to look for her. In the snow forest, Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxi was stuck close to the invisible line of defense and trekked for more than 3 hours. Finally, they arrived at a defensive point where there were no more directions. The Guardian of the Night there shone a strong light on Jiang Zhao's goggles and said in a hoarse and menacing voice, Forbidden Zone, leave. Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat. It's obviously Second Last. She's not the kind of person who has bad interests. If she was the one who arranged it, she should have found out from her teammates that Jiang Xiao had rushed over. So, she wasn't the one who arranged it. In that case, there was no doubt that the person who helped Jiang Xiao was of a high position. At the very least, he could get all the Guardians of the Night to help him guide the way. Jiang Xiao said, You've made it hard for me to find you. There was no response from the snow forest. Jiang Xiao smiled at Han Jiangxue and strode forward. Whoosh! The strong flashlight shone on Jiang Zhao's face, and he said in a low, hoarse voice that was devoid of any human emotions, Forbidden Zone, leave. Wow. Second Last, you don't even recognize me anymore. What happened? Jiang Xiao yelled at the snow forest in the distance. From the beginning to the end, he didn't see the tall and familiar figure at all. The light from the flashlight seemed to have been emitted by a ghost. A few seconds later, the familiar hoarse voice sounded in the forest, which finally contained a tinge of human emotions and stubbornness. Forbidden Zone, leave. Jiang Xiao walked forward step by step and finally saw the dark figure leaning against the tree in the distance. He couldn't help but exclaim, Second Last, you don't want me anymore? The pitch-black figure lowered his head and silently hid behind the tree. This time, there were only 2 simple words, stubborn and stiff, leave. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn, and the howling wind was accompanied by the sounds of wailing and howling, making one feel a little chilled to the core. Han Jiangxi stared at Jiang Zhao's back quietly. She had no idea what happened between the master and disciple, but she just hoped that Jiang Xiao wouldn't be sad because of it. After a while, Jiang Xiao slowly turned around and left. In the snow forest, the dark figure tilted her head slightly and saw the figure that was gradually leaving. There was a trace of loneliness in her long and narrow eyes. She then straightened her body and leaned against the tree before slowly closing her eyes and sighing softly. At the next moment, the large figure that was leaning against the tree suddenly opened her eyes and sniffed a few times. Sniff. In the distance, Jiang Xiao took out the military backpack from Han Jiangxue's Sky Smasher and took out a meal box filled with grilled codfish, as well as 2 palm-sized stainless steel wine pots. The most abominable thing was that he opened the lid of one of the wine pots It was a silent battle that ended with the tall figure appearing from behind the tree after more than 10 seconds. Little guy, I can't deal with you. Jiang Shao closed the lid of the small wine pot and held it with his left hand and left arm, freeing his right hand to wave at the figure in the distance happily. As the figure slowly walked out of the snow forest, she said in a hoarse voice with a tinge of stubbornness, "Didn't I tell you to leave?" However, Jiang Shao seemed to have not heard her at all. He stared at her pale face and asked, "Have you been wronged?" The large figure trembled slightly and didn't say another word. These words seemed to be very familiar. Chapter 2:24. Jiang Shao carefully walked over with a box of grilled codfish, just like a zookeeper who is feeding tigers and leopards in the zoo. His expression and actions seemed to be self-taught. After grabbing a box from the expressionless second last, Jiang Shao felt more at ease. In the distance, Han Jiangshua looked at the strange couple curiously. She saw second last sitting in the snow and wolfing down her food. She also saw Jiang Shao hesitating to touch her head, even though he didn't dare to. A clean fish skeleton was thrown onto the ground, and Jiang Shao finally touched second last's head. Her ponytail was still tied low, and her hair was rather fluffy. Such a state clearly had a trace of languid temperament, but it was somewhat destroyed by her pitch-black and solemn coat, leaving behind an indescribable valiant and heroic bearing. Second last was slightly stunned, but she was still pinching the codfish with her slender fingers. She tilted her head and took a bite, ignoring the strong wind and snow. She said in a muffled voice, "You're tired of living." Jiang Shao was speechless. "I just wanted to try it out. It's rare for you to be so obedient while sitting on the ground." Jiang Shao hurriedly retracted his hand and asked, "What happened?" Second last shook her head and didn't respond while eating the codfish quietly. Jiang Shao asked helplessly, "If I didn't come to look for you, were you going to do this? You didn't even send me any messages. Are you going to abandon me, just like that?" Second last glanced at Jiang Shao gently and repeated what she said just now. "You're tired of living." Jiang Shao scratched his head and thought, "It's the Lunar New Year. Why do you keep saying that I'm tired of living? Can't you say something nice?" Second last ate the second codfish with satisfaction and seemed to be in a good mood. She explained, "It's just a normal job transfer." Uffed. Jiang Shao humped in disdain and said, "Come on, who are you trying to fool? You're training me and looking for star beads for me. You even said that you want to be involved in every step of my future. You're not just saying that. You put in a lot of effort. Why did you suddenly give up? You're doing well in the light-chasing team. Why do you suddenly want to join the Guardians of the Night?" Second last said calmly, "I want to." Jiang Shao said, "Hai Tianqing told me that the Guardians of the Night have no freedom and can't take in apprentices." Second last humphed and said in a hoarse voice, "I won't bring it then." Jiang Shao said in a coaxing tone, Okay. Let's not take any apprentices." Second last was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "So, this is the end of our fate, huh?" Second last said, "Okay." Jiang Shao asked indignantly, "From now on, I'll go to school and you'll continue your military life? I'll walk my sunny path and you'll walk your dark alley." Second last glanced at Jiang Shao and said in a hoarse voice, "Didn't you say that you don't want me to pester you?" Jiang Shao shrugged and said, "I'm just a little puzzled. You're not the kind of person who gives up easily." Second last paused slightly and threw the third fish skeleton onto the ground without responding. "Okay then, don't force it," Jiang Shao said as he took out 2 palm-sized stainless steel wine bottles from his pocket. Due to the fact that second last was sitting on the ground, Jiang Shao took 2 steps forward and knelt down before reaching his hand into her black coat. The black woolen cloak was like a costume from costume drama. Although it was beautiful, it didn't even have a pocket. Feeling helpless, Jiang Shao lifted her coat and stuffed the 2 small bottles of wine into her military uniform. While stuffing them in, he muttered, "I know you guys should be disciplined, but it's almost the Lunar New Year. When you're homesick, find a quiet place to have a sip. I specially went to Annie Yu's place to get some for you. You'll know after you drink it." Second last looked down at Jiang Zhao's actions and listened to his muttering. She couldn't help but reach out and press her hand on his head. Jiang Shao tilted his head and said, "Don't you know that your hands are full of oil now?" Second last was speechless. All of a sudden, she had an urge to beat Jiang Shao to death. All of a sudden, she had an urge to beat Jiang Shao to death. Those who have seen the ocean cannot be compared to water. From now on, you're just a passerby. We're willing to be lovebirds in heaven, but when disaster strikes, we'll go our separate ways. Jiang Shao cupped his fists and stood up before retreating. The mountains will never change, and the rivers will always flow. We'll meet again. Jiang Shao walked away in a domineering and stylish manner. To his surprise, as soon as he reached Han Jiangshue's side, he heard her say, "Go back and do a few sets of ancient poetry training papers. Remember our agreement." Second last's hoarse voice suddenly sounded behind him. Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows and turned around. "What agreement?" Second last said. "You've forgotten." Jiang Shao was speechless. Second last said, "I've taken a fancy to a star pet. After you graduate, accompany me." Jiang Shao blinked and thought, "Didn't we agree to go our separate ways? Why have you changed your mind? Huh, woman, your name is Fickle." Jiang Shao hesitated for a moment and said, "Your current profession." Second last waved her hand casually and said, "That's for me to consider." Second last then turned around and strode away, after which her massive figure disappeared into the snowstorm, leaving only a pile of fish bones on the ground. "Let's go." After a long time, Han Jiangxue spoke up, only to discover that Jiang Shao had a sullen expression and was no longer joking like before. Han Jiangxue asked curiously, "What's the matter?" Jiang Shao shook his head and said, "Obviously, she doesn't want to leave the light-chasing team and become a guardian of the night again. She's an extremely stubborn person. I hope she won't have too much of a disagreement with this team." Han Jiangxue nodded thoughtfully and held Jiang Zhao's arm before turning around to leave. In this world, everyone had their own story. For example, when the two of them visited Second Last, who had mysteriously lost contact with them, they tried to reconfirm, save. Second Last still didn't abandon Jiang Shao. Their mission was considered to have been successfully completed. Wouldn't it be wonderful to kill some white ghoul witches on the way back? No, the heavens were not on their side. According to Earth time, at around 12 p.m. that night, the siblings slaughtered the two white ghouls who were lovey-dovey and occupied the nest of the white ghouls. They then lit a fire in the natural cave and prepared to boil water for dinner. Two uninvited guests came to pay a visit. A woman in snow camouflage walked into the cave with the wind and snow on her back. The siblings looked wary and didn't speak right away. After all, they were in the snow field and they couldn't afford to harm others, but they had to be wary of others. The unfamiliar female martial artist had a great figure and was voluptuous. Even the military uniform couldn't hide her sexy and alluring figure. However, when Jiang Shao saw the female martial artist remove her goggles, he froze on the spot. "That woman looks a little familiar. Isn't she the woman who slapped Gao Junwei? Is she Gao Junwei's mother?" All of a sudden, Jiang Shao felt like he was drenched in cold water. The woman stood in front of the natural cave and looked at Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue, who were boiling water with a smile on her face. As if she had returned to her own home, she removed her goggles and cotton hat. She even took off her coat and walked in. She then stood in front of the bonfire and shook the snow off her clothes. Jiang Shao felt that something was amiss, but he dared not act rashly. This was a desolate snowfield. Although there was a guardian team here, most of the time, they couldn't take care of everyone. Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue shot a glance at each other and stood up. However, they heard the middle-aged woman's voice. "Did I allow you to move?" "Oh no, there's a flare gun in your bag, right? Hand it over." The woman ordered domineeringly as she stretched her hand out to warm herself. Han Jiangxue frowned, and just when she was feeling confused, another person entered the cave. "Gao Junwei." You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.